Hey, good morning. Time to continue more Umineko. It is Friday once again. Maybe even finish off episode 2 here. It feels like we gotta be close to the end. Bam. I need to do a quick recap on whatever the heck happened last time. Let's load in. Whoop. There we go. As I know the music's still going, we'll fix that once we are actually playing. Oh right, the last at the very end, George, what was it George, Shannon, Goda. I think that was it. Just them three. Masawa maybe no, her she died with Nanjo. Yeah, I think it was just Genji stayed in the kitchen, and it was George, Shannon, and Goda that went to the chapel to go get the key to Natsui's room. Because they were looking for the mirror to try to use that against Beatrice. Which, unfortunately doesn't seem to have worked. Didn't seem to have worked. Chen sold some cool magic stuff, I guess, similar to what Canon had. Except hers was a shield instead of a sword. Oh, man. And before that was the whole servant room thing, right? Where Rosa basically forced all the servants out. George ended up going with them because he wanted to be with Shannon. Oh, man. And I can't believe Rosa's attitude this entire like episode so far. I'm remembering now. At the end, she was like, "Can't trust those servants one bit." After that whole emotional thing, was just faking it, I guess. Oh, Lord. Goes back to this. I think. So where does that bring us? I don't quite remember. Like their necks were sliced open. So I guess they would be the head and chest. We haven't seen them yet, but I'm guessing that's. And the other three, stomach, knee, leg. Hmm. Then what happens now? Because that's basically all the Twilights, but it's not close to 12 yet, right? Anyway, after that whole, like, that whole fight with Beatrice that Shannon and Gordon and the others had. Or, like, back. Oops, I accidentally skipped ahead. Didn't even let him finish the sentence. Yeah, immediately right after that, we got, a break, and we're back with Genji, I suppose, what he was doing this entire time. I mean, do I even have any other thoughts so far on Right, I was thinking, I don't know. Am I still thinking that maybe, guess I can't anymore. That Nanjo, Kumasawa, and Goto were in on some things. I clicked. Because they're all dead. All of them. Well, I don't know. We don't know for sure if Nanjo and Kumasawa are dead. They're apparently dead, but we haven't seen the bodies yet. Who are ones left alive that... Or most likely the only ones left alive. It would be Genji, Shinzo, Rosa, Battler, and Maria, huh? If this father's identity is unknown. Is that ever actually gonna come up? Purple eyes, huh? Beatrice's are like blue. Anyway, I guess we'll finally start continuing here. I'm all reminded and caught up on all the events that happened last time. Oh boy, let me get a sip of coffee before we start. Might end up doing more what we did last time. Or play about 4 or 5 hours of this, and then maybe do some X33 right after, because I I can't get enough of that game. We'll see, we'll see. For now, Umineko. So we're after that whole fight, and we're back at the mansion looking at what Genji was doing. After Genji finished his late meal, he went out to do the nighttime routine rounds inside the mansion. Eating some reheated soup that Goda made, along with some random leftovers from the refrigerator. Eating leftovers? Those were all things Goda made himself and were, of course, delicious. Even as leftovers? Reheated? If had heartily gone to ask Rosa and the others what they would do for dinner, even yelled at by a voice telling him that the canned food they had would be enough and that the door wasn't even open for him. So, ironically, the servant Genji was able to eat a more delicious meal. But why was it that Genji wasn't afraid to do the rounds all by himself? Man, Rosa sucks. But why was it that Genji wasn't afraid to do the rounds all by himself, even though all of those crimes have been committed and many people have already met a brutal end? Judging by his appearance, as he carried out his usual tasks without a trace of fear. So everything was normal. You might think all of the horrible events that day had been no more than a dream or an illusion. Was he taking a philosophic view, or had he just accepted his fate? Genji must have considered it a virtue that... Genji must have considered it a virtue that, when the fate that awaited him was unavoidable, he carry out his duty systematically into the end. Harry? I guess, yeah, that makes sense. It sounded a bit weird to me. The depths of his heart would probably remain hidden for all eternity unless he spoke of them himself. He had returned his master key to Rosa, so the places he could reach were extremely limited. All he could do was walk around the hallways, checking to make sure all the windows were closed. That probably made his rounds go a lot faster than usual. Oh, the courtyard, the like area, I think, yeah. Oh, what happened? Well, oh, did Genji maybe find the bodies? At the sound of a reserve knock, Aunt Rosa, who had been falling into a doze, jumped and woke up, pointing to barrel the gun at the door as she yelled. Alright, Rosa point of view. I was napping on a sofa, and that voice also brought me back to reality.
源氏でございます。
何か用なの？扉は開けなくて結構よ。そのままで話して。
はい。それではこのままで失礼させていただきます。南條先生と熊沢の遺体を見つけました。
なんだって。
And Rosa's gonna be, what, skeptical of that? Because he found them? Gonna complain whatnot about not leaving the room, huh?
そう、わかったわ。
Oh, never
確
mind.
認に行きましょう。
Thought she'd be more dumb about it. Well, I guess leaving is kind of dumb in a way, yeah.
死体を見ない限り、私は誰も信じない。
大丈夫だよ、バトラー。マリアといれば絶対に大丈夫。
That right. Even my face seemed to be darkened with anxiety. Maria grasped my hand with her small hand and spoke softly, trying to give me courage. Thank you, Maria. Evil child. This was Aunt Rosa's job to ready a gun and stand guard. It fell to me to remove the barricade of sofas. When I finished, I took a backwards glance at Rosa, who was pointing to throw the gun over my shoulder, and opened the door.
ケンジさん、二人の死体はどこに？
中庭です。ご案内いたします。
バトラ君待って。念のため、部屋の戸締まりを確認していくわ。ちょっと待ってね。
Rosa called me to a halt to prevent me from going on ahead and began to carefully check the locks on each of the windows. Those locks have already been checked once. It felt kind of unpleasant, as though she suspected that I might have secretly unlocked them while she wasn't looking. Oh, maybe Aunt Rosa was right to be this cautious. Trust no one. Wonder if she would even trust Maria. Though it was called a courtyard, it wasn't really a pretty place you could take a walk in, like the Rose Garden. On the contrary, since it was surrounded by the mansion on all sides, it made you feel a little uncomfortable, as though it was telling you that there would be no escape from this mansion no matter where you tried to run. On the other hand, it meant that even though we could still hear the violent winds, the wind itself was blocked. He held out an umbrella, but Aunt Rosa ignored him. He was probably hinting that the gun took two hands and that it would be dangerous if she took the umbrella. We didn't need Genji-san pointing for us to notice. Right in the center of the courtyard, we could see where Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa lay. Aunt Rosa entered the courtyard without even opening an umbrella, so Genji and I also entered the courtyard without opening one. Only Maria opened hers.
マリア、これはあれだな。
Magic circle?
おお、第7の番と第8の番だね。
なるほど。確かに、源氏さんたちが言っていたように、二人の首にはひどい傷があるわね。
An eighth twice.
すごく鋭利な。まるで日本刀か何かで切ったかのようにすっぱりね。
Anna. Those gaping wounds on her necks definitely made me want to avert my eyes, but after seeing that Halloween party in the chapel, even though they looked horrible, they were no longer enough to make me feel sick. More importantly, our gazes fell to their legs. Dr. Nanjo's knee. Masawa-san's ankle. Is that the same, the exact same as last time? So this must be after that whole thing. But Shannon, George, and Goda. Unless the order of the Twilight... Oh, it must matter, right? Because this... It was always 6, and then... The couple. The second Twilight. Twilight. I'm wondering something. Okay, well, that doesn't... Never mind. I was thinking number of phase of moons maybe have something to do with this, but I think that was a stretch. And also, there's only 8, not 10. I misremembered. But back to what I was thinking of here. When does the third Twilight ever happen? That's something that's confused me in the first episode, and it's just as confusing this episode. I don't remember third Twilight ever happening. Is it just Kinzo doing it off screen or something? Away from the camera? This one happened... 10th Twilight never really happened. Well... Updated? Yep. Corpse that got missing was later found in a courtyard. At the time, had a weapon shaped like a stake rammed into its knee. It? Just the 7th Twilight it finished. Its ankle. 8th Twilight is finished. Alright. Driven to each of them was something like a knife or a stake with a demonic design. They must have been the same as the thing that had pierced Jessica's back.
これは何なの？ジェシカちゃんの時と同じね。何かオカルトの儀式のつもりなのかしら。
Gee, I wonder.
彼らの遺体を最後に見た時にはこのようなものはありませんでした。
And how can I trust you, Genji?
使用人室から運び出された後にやられたのでしょう。
The one stuck into Dr. Nancho's knee was still standing erect, but the one that had been thrust into Kumasawa-san's ankle might have been a little shallower. It had come out and fallen over. Really? So by looking at the one that had fallen over for the first time, I realized it wasn't a knife, but something like a stake. Full length was probably 30 centimeters. It just... falling out like that is a little weird, don't you think? But I guess it also lets Battler inspect like the full size of it in the same way he was able to after I think it was Canon pulling the stake out of his chest. It's probably made out of bronze or iron or something of the sort. Even without touching it, I could tell it had some weight to it. It was composed of a grip and a cone-shaped part, and it was obviously made to be a piercing weapon. Maybe it was like a miniature version of those lances Western knights used on horseback. The spiral-shaped ditches in it made it also look like a small drill. However, the grip had an occult design model off a demon or something. So instead of a weapon used in war, it felt like something that would be used in a ceremony to offer up living sacrifices.
間違いない。生贄のつもりなんだな。
第7の番に膝をえぐりて殺せ。第8の番に足をえぐりて殺せ。
Thinking about these two, that's another thing that I guess doesn't make sense. They were killed first, and then they just stuck the stake in the knee and the leg. The wording gouge the knee and kill, gouge the leg and kill makes it look like you have to do both at the same time, doesn't it?
待てよ。それじゃ第4、5、6の番が抜けちまう。
Nope, they're already done.
まさか。
Of course. Why is Genji-san alone? If something like this has happened, why aren't George and Gigoda-san and Shannon-chan here? Was Genji-san alone?
どういうこと？ジョージ君たち3人はどこへ行ったの？
夏日奥様のお部屋を探し物に行きたいと言われました。まだお戻りになりません。
なんだって。その出かけたってのはいつ頃の話なんだよ。
2、3時間前のことだと思い
Wow,
ます。
2 or 3, so it's been 2 or 3 hours since.
そんな、なんでそんな大事なことをやっちゃなくて、なんで不審に思わなかったんだよ。
常に一人、使用人は待機していなくてはなりません。彼らが戻るまで待機しているのが私のお務めでしたもの。
Was Genji-san really this much of a robot? This is bad, this is bad, this is really bad. Dr. Najo and Kumisawa-san were killed like this, which means that 3 people have already been killed. Ran towards Aunt Netsui's room, with a touch of anxiety and just as much resignation. Before we even saw the inside of Netsui's room, we were forced to resign ourselves to a certain fact. On that door was a bizarre scribble. No, else? Different from the usual, like, magic circles they've been seeing? Anyway, the room wasn't in ordinary state. And without even opening the door, we could imagine what we'd find inside. On the face of the door, how should I say it? Handprints, done heavily with the same red paint as the magic circles from before. I'd banged on the door, scratched at it, dirtied it. Looked like the aftermath of a kindergartner playing in the mud. I didn't know what it could mean. Bright red paint had been slattered. Spawn was dripping down, even though no one said it and made us think of blood.
源氏さん、開けてください。
Aunt Rosa held her gun up high and ordered Genji's son to open the door. Son approached it without seeming particularly troubled by the stuff on it and turned the knob, but immediately turned around, shaking his head. It was locked. At that moment, there was only one person in his mansion who could lock and unlock doors at will. Aunt Rosa. This time, Genji-san asked Aunt Rosa to unlock the door instead of the other way around. After frowning slightly for a second, Aunt Rosa handed me a master key and told me to open the door.
バトラ君、これで開けてもらえる？
そのくらいのこと、源氏さんを信用しても。
Aunt Rosa glared at me intensely. Getting to a fight here would only make the mood turn even more sour. Without talking back anymore, I approached that creepy door and tried the knob. Just couldn't even just let Genji open the door. It's like, we're already at this point, dude. It didn't open. It was definitely the resistance of the lock. I stuck the master key into the keyhole. Alunk. There was a slight resistance. Rosa told me to be on my guard, and I opened the door without really guarding myself in any way. And then there was a scene laid out before us that didn't betray my expectations at all.
ひどい。
やっぱり第4、5、6の番の再現だったな。
How was it? The stomach. The head. And the chest. I figured it was the chest. I thought that's why I remembered the state going. Died in Natsui's room with his stomach pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. At the sixth Twilight, gouged his stomach and kill. It was possible they would have ended up as the second Twilight. Forehead pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. At the fourth Twilight, gouged a head and kill. She spent her last moments with her beloved. Pagoda died in Natsui's room with his chest pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. At the fifth Twilight, gouged a chest and kill. The cook was cooked. Okay, dude. Who's writing these? Maria? Funny joke. As I thought, it's a reproduction of 4th, 5th, and 6th Twilights. Inside the room looked as though a robber had just broken in. Doors had been flung open, pulled out, and had their contents thrown all over the place. Leaving the room so cluttered you'd never believe it belonged to the Methodical? That's probably it. At Natsui. But the very first thing that caught our eyes was Koda-san's corpse laying face down in front of the door. Right in the center of his chest, almost though it had been struck there to finish off a vampire, was one of those demon stakes from before. Exactly how far could it have reached after being stuck that deeply into his chest? Just imagining it would make anyone's chest hurt. Maria grabbed my hand. Her expression looked just like normal. But maybe she really was afraid of the aura of this room, where these 3 corpses lay. Along the wall, furthest into the room, George Eneke lay dead. This time, one of those stakes had been rammed right into the center of his stomach. Wasn't gouging the stomach 6th Twilight? Oh. New frame. Chan's corpse was face down in front of the dresser, lying in a sea of blood. And she's seen her own face at the end in that horribly broken mirror stained with blood. It didn't look broken, because she was lying that way. I couldn't see her face, but I could guess even without seeing it. Nearby, the sea of blood she lay in, the demon stake had fallen. Only the 4th Twilight was left. Gouged the head and kill. Maybe my heart was totally worn out and dead. Even though I knew it was wrong, I lifted her head and checked, and confirmed that my guess had been right on the mark. Oof. There was a gaping hole in Chan's head, and the insides were dripping out. Not only that, but you can even see inside her. After seeing that, I finally realized I was doing something wrong. I immediately averted my eyes, but by now it was probably pointless.
警察が来るまでそっとしておかないとダメよ。勝手に触ってどういうつもり？せっかくの現場証拠がおかしくなっちゃったらどうするのよ。
And Rosa got violently mad at me, even tugged at the back of my collar. I tottered limply and fell on my butt, gazing dimly at the ceiling.
マリア、これで第8の番まで終わっちまったな。第9の番って。
The witch revives.
第9の番に魔女は蘇り。
そっか。これで黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェは復活するんだな。そしてなんだ、最後の第10の番。
第10の番に旅は終わり、黄金の里に至るだろう。黄金鏡の扉はもうすぐ開かれるんだよ。もうすぐ。
魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。俺たちはこれから死ぬのか、それともこれで 生贄の儀式は終了で、俺たちの旅は終わり、黄金何が俺たちの旅だ。俺たちは今日一日犯人を見つけよう、事態を打開しようと散々頭をひねって何も至れなかった。バカの考え、休むに似たりってやつだ。
Being stupid is no better than sleeping.
そうさ、
I
俺
like
たちは
that.
今日一日ずっと憎悪と疑心暗鬼で自分を焼き焦がした。
Picture of me as Saddler. Yo, his dad is Adam. Main character of a hit movie Click. That's right, we spent our whole day burning ourselves up with hatred and
死んだ
paranoia.
人間しか信用できないって言って、
And everything seems like I don't know. Like I think everything at the end of this episode seems more hopeless than it was in episode 1.
わざわざ3人の死に顔をここまで確認に来たんです。こんな俺たちがどうして黄金鏡とやらにたどり着けるっていうんだ。
That's right, if we couldn't resolve any of our problems anyway. It would have been so much better if we locked ourselves up the whole time without thinking at all. Grandfather's the wisest of us. Been shut up in his room since yesterday without any contact with anyone. Are we sure he's still alive? What a group of people to still be alive at the end of this. Actually, hold on. Okay, no, right. Last time it was the 4 kids and Matsui instead of Rosa. What's gonna happen with Rosa at the end here? That was the right decision. Grandfather was the most correct of us all.
大丈夫だよバトラー。マリアといれば大丈夫。
What makes her so sure that Beatrice will take her to the Golden Land? Isn't the whole point that you only go there if you're able to, like, solve the riddle? Hmm.
魔女はとても気まぐれで、時に面白半分に人間を殺すかもしれない恐ろしい存在だけれども。
Only partly?
でも、マリアと一緒にいれば絶対に大丈夫。だから怯えないで。
ありがとな。気休めでも嬉しいぜ。
After Aunt Rosa finished investigating their corpses, she announced that she'd seal this room again, chased the rest of us out, stole back the master key she let me, and locked the door again. Rhea keeps insisting they're friends, so I guess she's hoping for a friend discount. I mean, Maria seems to know a lot about Beatrice. Like, she knows she's fickle and all that. So how does she know 100% that she could, like, trust her when she says literally anything? She just wants to trust her, I guess? Apparently George and Aki had been holding the key to Aunt Natsui's room. He also collected that. Wait a sec. She's got all the master keys on her person. If Natsui's own key was locked up inside this room, doesn't that make it another closed room? Beatrice! So what? Is this the 4th closed room? Valor just seems done. with all of it. He isn't even going to think about it anymore. Poor dude. Now that the suspicion surrounding those three had been cleared, we returned to the parlor once more. I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. If only the dead are innocent and everyone alive is a wolf. That leaves only me, Aunt Rosa, Maria, and Genji-san. And Rosa turns to Genji, I knew you were behind this, and then blasts him. And besides us, there's only grandfather and that 19th person, the guest we've seen no trace of, Beatrice. 13 people have died, and 6 are left. How would a wolves and sheep puzzle with only 6 people end? Even though a puzzle that started with 19 people have been reduced to 6. I can't think of an answer. Good time for that song to end. Return to the parlor. I was a bit worried that, while we were gone, a creepy magic circle or something might have been drawn on the parlor door. But thankfully, we didn't find anything like that.
ありがとう、源氏さん。ここまでで結構よ。あなたも今日は休んでください。
かしこまりました。これで休ませていただきます。
Please rest for the day. She still doesn't trust him. She just wants him out of here.
この状況下で源氏さんをたった一人で過ごさせるっていうのかよ。
そうね。とても危険なことだと思うわ。でも、ならなぜ彼は無事なの？彼は3人が夏日姉さんの部屋へ向かった後、ずっと一人でいた。なのに無事だった。狼と羊のパズルよ。
Yeah, it's always back to that.
孤立した羊が無事な理由は何？
狼がたまたまいなかったんだろ。
違うわ。それが羊じゃなかったからよ。
源氏さんが狼だって言うのかよ。
彼は一人で厨房にいたそうだけど、それは証明不能よ。南條先生たちの死体を運んだり、ジョージ君たちを殺したりできたのは彼かベアトリーチェだけなのよ。
待てよ。その論法じゃ誰だって。
バトラー様、お気遣いをありがとうございます。私は信頼を勝ち得るのは常に100の言い訳ではなく、たとえ信頼をいただけなくても、私は最後まで誠実でありたいと思います。
源氏さ
ん。なら決まりね。あなたが本当に無実なら、それは明日やってくる警察が証明してくれるわ。だから、それまでの間、あなたを疑いから外すわけにはいかない。長年、後宮家に仕えてくれたあなたに、こんな仕打ちをするのは本当に心苦しい。
That is a straight lie. You don't feel sorry at all.
今夜は分かってください。そして、明日になったら、もう一度仲直りさせてください。
Genji-san gave his head a small shake.
今日も明日も、私は後宮家の使用人であり続けます。ご用がありましたらいつでもお申し付けください。それでは失礼させていただきます。
After hearing all that, there was nothing left to say. Genji-san bowed deeply and left down the hall. And we entered the room. Though Aunt Rosa still held all the master keys herself, she thoroughly checked the inside of the parlor again. She opened the curtains and checked again to make sure the windows were locked. As I watched, how should I say it, I felt like it didn't really matter anymore. If I said anything careless, it would turn into another fight. For a while I gazed at her from the corridor, figured I waited just about long enough and entered the parlor behind her. If she didn't trust anyone but the dad, why doesn't she just go around killing everyone with guns she's got in her hand? And then, in the end, she realized she herself is the wolf. Then she could just blast through the head of the final wolf. And close the curtain on this insane murder drama. As I thought that bitterly, I returned to the sofa where I'd been encamped before, truly resting both of my feet on the table. When I tried to do that, I found something there and stopped moving my feet. A letter.
なんだこれ。
Right there, almost as though it had been addressed to me, was a Western envelope. It was that envelope from before, with the seal of the one-winged eagle. And it was unopened. Wait. What is this? Who put it in a place like this? And when? So I went with everyone to check the corpses. I was sitting here the whole time. There wasn't anything there then. And when I returned, it was here.
大丈夫。戸締まりに問題はないわ。この部屋は安全よ。
Oh yeah, then what's this? Heard Rosa muttering that. Wait. wait. We made sure this room was safe when we left it. We checked that the windows were all perfectly locked. Then we locked it up, came back, and the windows were still locked. Then, wait, who put this letter here? How? The fifth locked room! I opened the letter. 2 pieces of stationery came out. First page had a magic circle drawn on it with something like blood. There's the Discord, like magic circle. If I asked Maria, she'd probably know what it meant. There was writing on the other page. You made progress in solving the epitaph. Just a short while, your time will be up in a flash. The night twilight will begin quite soon. There was no mistake. It was a letter. Beatrice.
ほう、バトラー、それは。
ああ、今ここに来たら、置いてあった。
どうしたのマリア。バトラ君、その手紙は。
いや、ここに置いてあったんだ。どうしてだよ。この部屋はちゃんと戸締まりをしていたのに。どうしてだよ。どうして。
Is she gonna turn on Battler now because he was the one that found the letter while she was had her mind occupied somewhere else?
いらっしゃい。
Oh no, dude. And Rosa closed her eyes just a little, and after thinking silently for a moment, she told Maria to come. Maria obeyed her mother's words. As she did, something unbelievable happened. Rosa pointed a barrel of the gun at me.
バトラ君、あなたを狼だと断定するわ。
I hate her so much.
どうして。
私はこの部屋にたった今帰ってきて、そのテーブルの上に何もないことを見ているわ。そしてマリアがそのテーブルに近づいていないことも知っている。わずかな時間よ。でもこのテーブルに近づき、そして手紙を見つけたと主張するのはあなただけなのよ。
Dude.
そんなのって。いや、めちゃくちゃだ。なんて俺がこんなものを置くんだよ。おいおい、俺は不審なものを見つけて報告しただけだぜ。なんで俺が疑われるんだよ。
あなたにしかその手紙をそこへ置けないからよ。そう、これは自作自演。あなたが懐から封筒を取り出し、たった今見つけたかのように振る舞った。
Alright, smartass, explain everything else that happened. How was Battler the one that caused it? Holy.
密室の中に魔女が入って手紙を置いていった幻想を作り出すためにね。バカ
野郎。またそういう考えなのかよ。そんなことで俺まで疑うのかよ。いい加減にしろ。俺は親父たちを殺されてるんだぞ。そんな俺がどうして犯人の片棒を担がなければならないんだよ。
そうね。たとえ莫大なお金がもらえるとしたとしても、そんなことで肉親の命を切り売りできるような悪魔がいるなんて信じたくないわ。でもね、 いるかも
Oh
しれない
my lord.
言い方が悪いわね。例えばバトラ君にとってルドルフ兄さんたちが親でなかったとしたら。
はあ、何を言い出すかと思えば、親父は親父だろうが。確かにキリエさんと血縁はねえが、俺の姉貴も同然のお人だ。そこだけは聞き捨てならねえぞ、この野郎。
言うのをやめなさい。ごめんなさい、言い方が悪かったわね。確かに後宮バトラ君はルドルフ兄さんの子供かもしれない。でもあなた本当にルドルフ兄さんの息子のバトラ君なの？
Really?
何をわけのわかんねえこと。俺がバトラじゃねえんなら誰に見えるってんだよ。
ルドルフ兄さんも含めて私たちは6年ぶりにあなたと再会しているわ。
This is our line of thinking for this? How do we know you're actually Battler? We haven't seen you in 6 years. The real Battler could have been dead. A little bit of power and she goes insane. Ow, dude. I knew it was bad the moment she returned with that gun. It was all going downhill from there. How did she return with it? What was her conversation with Kinzo like? What was in that will that Kinzo wrote earlier? There's too many questions, dude.
あなたが本当に後宮バトラかなんて誰も証明できないのよ。あなたは本当は後宮バトラじゃなくて後宮家の財産をうまく騙し取ろうと紛れ込んだ何者かかもしれない。
That's an insane theory.
自分が後宮バトラだとはっきり証明できる。今この場で。
いい加減にしやがれ。俺は俺だ。後宮バトラだ。そこまで疑い出したら、あんただって本当に後宮ローザなのかよ。自分は自分だ。他の誰でもね。ああ、そうだな。あんたの言う通りだぜ。死体以外で信用できるのは自分だけってわけだ。そこまで言うなら反論させてもらうぜ。
How do you know that's Maria?
ジョージの兄貴たちが死んでいた。夏日おばさんの部屋には鍵がかかってた。部屋の鍵はジョージの兄貴が持っていたんだろう。そしてマスターキーを持ってるのは今やローザおばさんだけだぜ。あの部屋に施錠できたのはあんただけじゃねえかよ。俺の推理じゃこうだ。あんたは真犯人と通じ合っていて、俺たちの目を盗み、5つのマスターキーのうちの1つをこっそり貸し出したんだ。
Yo, good
そんな
theory.
ことしないわよ。
Oh yeah, prove it!
ほらここに5つあるわよ。
And she pulls out 4. It would be so hilarious.
そんなの当てになるもんか。あらかじめ取り決めた場所に置かせて回収したかもしれねえじゃねえかよ。それにマスターキーが5個かどうかは疑わしいと言ってたのはあんただぜ。
じゃああなたはその封筒をあなた以外の誰がどうやってそこに置いたというのよ。それが証明できない限りあなたが狼なのよ。
Guilty until proven innocent, huh?
うるせえ。ならあんたこそ証明しろよ。犯人はどうやってジョージの兄貴たちをあの密室で殺したと言うんだよ。どうやって施錠したと言うんだよ。
The witch is probably loving this.
にもってその通り。夏日の部屋も全く同じだぞ、いつもの通り。
Declared. Chui's room was exactly the same, just like usual.
扉も窓も内側から施錠されていた。
Doors and windows are locked from inside.
いかなるイカ様も細工もなく、
There are no frauds or tricks.
隠された通行手
No
段もな
means
け
of
れば
secret
隠
passage,
れる
nor
場所もない。
places in which to hide. Just like usual. Weird way to put it. So the door and windows were locked from the inside. There were no tricks, no passages, no places where you can hide.
夏日自身の鍵はジョージのポケットに入って室内に閉じ込められていた。
How do you solve what happened in the servant room and Natsui's room?
あとは5本のマスターキーしかないが、それは全てローザが持っている。
It can't be as simple as just, That's just what I've been saying before, where you just click the lock from inside and then close your door on the way out, right?
ついでに言おう。その客間も同じよ。
The parlor is different though, cause the parlor door was locked like right from the get-go, and none of the keys were around to open it. Right?
本来の客間の鍵は使用人室に封印されている。だからマスターキー以外では解錠不能。部屋の密室定義もいつもに同じよ。おいおい、容疑者はもう一人しかいねえぜ。
Look, they're all
そ
smug,
れで
dude.
もまだかまととぶんのかよ。後ろ宮バトラー。
うるせえ。てめえも黙ってろ。
Pissed.
黙るのはあなたの方でしょう。あなた以外にどうやってその手紙を置けたというの。それが証明できない限りあなたは狼なのよ。
俺が疑えるってんならあんただって疑えるぜ。あんた最初に部屋に入って戸締まりの確認だのを始めたのはローザおばさんじゃねえかよ。そして俺の座っていた場所に再び俺が戻るだろうことを見越し手紙をそっと置いたんだ。これはあんたの罠だって疑うこともできるんだぜ。
どうして私がそんな罠を。私が狼ならこの銃で問答無用で撃ってるわよ。
そんなのじゃ理由にならねえな。マリアの目の前で殺人ができねえからうまく罠にかけようって回りくどいことしてるかもしれねえじゃねえか。マスターキーは全てあんたの手にある。ならここもさっきも全部あんたの仕業じゃねえかよ。言い逃れできるってんなら言い訳を聞かせてみろよ。そうさ、ローザおばさんは最初から怪しいんだよ。なんで親族会議の大人たちが6人殺されたのにローザおばさんだけが例外なんだ。なんでローザおばさんだけがあの礼拝堂にいなかったんだ。一つしか理由がねえよ。ローザおばさんが親父たちをあそこに招いて殺したんだ。
Provoking a crazy woman to add at gunpoint? Man, Val. So smart. What is she gonna do? Shoot him?
くそくそ。それで全部説明がつくじゃねえかよ。ふざけんじゃねえ、ふざけんじゃねえ。わけのわかんねえことを言うんじゃねえ。
The witch did all of this. Maria thrust herself in between Aunt Rosa and me as the blood started rising to our heads. I was taken aback by Maria's crying voice and returned to my senses. I had acted shamefully just now, my eyes filled with tears.
そうなんだよ。全部魔女のせいだったんじゃないかよ。鍵がどうこうとか トリックだのアリバイだの、全部バカらしかったんだ。魔女の仕業なのに俺たちは同じ人間同士を信じ合うこともできなくてなあ。ローザおばさん、人間の犯人なんて最初からいなかったんだ。全部魔女の仕業だったんだ。だからローザおばさんが犯人のわけがないし、俺やマリアだって、そしてゲンジさんだって他のみんなだって犯人のわけがないんだ。どうしてこんなことに。
Was it actually gonna go along with this?
俺はどうして大好きだったローザおばさんとこんなことの隣り合いをしてるんだよ。優しくって大好きだったおばさんとどうしてこんな罵り合いをしてるんだよ。
I'm almost expecting that.
なんでみんなで疑い合わなくちゃならねえんだよ。おばさんを疑ってなんかいないんだ。誰も疑ってなんかないんだ。全部魔女の仕業だったんだ。ベアトリーチェの仕業だったんだ。全部ベアトリーチェが魔法で行った事件だったんだ。ベアトリーチェ、頼むからここに現れてくれよ。そして自分が全てやったと俺たちに告白してくれよ。もうごめんだ。こんな疑り合いはごめんなんだ。だから俺たちを許してくれ。解放してくれ。互いの死を見届け合うまで疑り合わなきゃならない地獄から解放してくれ。俺に優しい親戚たちを、いとこたちを返してくれよ。もう嫌だ、全部嫌だ。お前は確かに実在する。お前の勝ちだ。姿を見せてくれよ。ベアトリーチェ
Just like Kenzo, holy.
ベアトリーチェ
Oh. Back with Kenzo?
私はまだ生きているのか。
Yeah, somehow. Apparently, some time ago, Kenzo had fallen into a doze. He searched for his spectacles and looked at the clock. It was 10 p.m.
あやつの儀式はあって時間的にはもうだいぶ進んでいなくてはならぬ頃だ。
That person ceremony, huh? What does he mean by that? That person ceremony. Saying it's not yours? It's not Beatrice's? That person ceremony. Kenzo lifted his heavy body from the chair and approached a portrait of the witch that he gazed at every day.
ベアトリーチェ、もうじきお前の微笑みに再会できる。死んでもいい。お前の微笑みがもう一度見られるならこの命は惜しくない。だから交渉だ。お前にもう一度会わせてくれ。そして愛を誓わせておくれ。私の罪を謝らせておくれ。ああ、だが逃がさん。
Kenzo back to his
お
stuff
前
again.
は私のものだ。髪の毛の一本からつま先まで爪の赤すらも私のものなのだ。
You think she has dirty toenails?
お前の肉
Surely
一
not.
片までも全て私のもので、その亡骸の煮汁まで私のものなのだ。
The broth of your corpse. Gross?
逃がさん。今度こそこの手からこぼさん。
お前を永遠に私のものにしてやるぞ。二度と逃がすものか。二度と逃がすものか。
Enzo howled in rage and suddenly fell to his knees as he shook and scraped at the wall. In an instant, he had started sobbing. Everyone's crying. Well, except for Rosa, probably.
頼む。もう一度会わせてくれ。謝らせてくれるだけでいい。
Oh, yeah, the seagulls cried the next day, after the storm.
ベアトリーチェ。
Man, that's a voice actor really going into it, dude.
お前が愛しい恋しい。私が間違っていた。お前が微笑んでさえくれれば他には何もいらなかったんだ。
It's like whoever got to voice act Kinzo's really got into character. It's so good.
私が間違えた。私がそれを間違えて取り返しのつかないことをしてしまった。
You think they were a fan?
その
I like
償いに
Ryukishi's
残
stuff.
りのすべての人生を捧げた。お前に詫びるために、私の罪を償うために、すべて捧げたんだ。頼む。私の死の際でもいい。せめてお前に一言謝らせて。ベアトリーチェ。
Also Sigma and Mega Man X. Sigma crying out for Beatrice. So sad. As Kenzo shook and cried, a butterfly appeared out of nowhere. Behind his small back like a flake of gold leaf, softly does. She appears, not to him. You fool, Kenzo. Did you think any woman out there would fall for a man's tears? Well, even if it wouldn't make a human woman fall for you, it might do the trick for a woman who is not human. Kenzo, do you remember? The game of chess you played with me was still ongoing. Kenzo, though he had suddenly remembered something, approached the chess set. It was as it had been during the game he played with Nanjo until yesterday. After knocking all the pieces off the chessboard, he began to line them up again, one by one. It was a setup for an ongoing game. He remembers the exact, positions of all the pieces.
私はクイーンを勧めた。とても良い名手だった。お前には少々きつすぎるかもしれん一手だった。お前は駒を見捨てるか見捨てないかに悩み、ずっと悩み。
Kenzo waited, the opposite seat empty. Surely, very soon, his opponent would appear there. And he'll be able to restart this game again. How are the butterflies able to get in, but not herself? She clearly wasn't able to open the door at the very beginning when she touched the doorknob. And this entire room has been pretty much sealed, right? The hidden sealed room. How did Beatrice get in? You fool, Kenzo. Want to apologize? Want to see my face again? My smile, you eternal thing? Why can't you say a much simpler word? Even though that is the sole element of this world. At that time, Kinzo muttered. Was it a prayer? An entreaty? It was probably best to call it muttering.
お前を
He said
愛
it.
しているベアトリーチェ
They were pure words, like something an innocent child would say, without any evil intent. You really are a fool, Kinzo. If you ever had the chance to do your life over again, know that those words would never cause a woman to fall for you. Right. Not unless a miracle happens. That's what makes this... That moment. Kinzo definitely heard a small knock. One with a tempo that drifted from those of the servants. Or that differed.
誰だ
Drifted? Differed. The one beyond the door didn't answer.
誰かと聞いておる返事をせるか
The woman beyond the door didn't answer.
まさかおおまさかベアトリーチェなのかベアトリーチェベアトリーチェ
The woman beyond the door answered. It was Rosa, holding up the gun as soon as he opened the door. When the night's twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. None. Ooh, 30 more minutes left. None Joe shall be left alive. What do you mean he voiced the Tasmanian devil once? I just saw that. Other figure was in dining out. What, you freaking Rosa kicked you out after all? That it's so wanna call her so many things. He didn't feel like going back to the guest house in the middle of all this rain. He wandered half-heartedly around the mansion in search of any place where he could sit, or setting up camp in a dining hall. He didn't even lock the door. He thought the shapeless murderer or maybe the golden witch might come to kill him now that he was isolated. But he no longer had any desire to resist. He didn't even feel like using a locked door to hold off the culprit. He wanted that person to come at him openly from the front. If it was the killer, he wanted to ask them about some of those wonderful closed room tricks as a parting gift. As the witch, he'd hoped she'd at least take his life with some spectacular magic. However, ironically, neither of those two came to meet him. Battler opened a liquor cabinet on his own and enjoyed the liquor to his heart's content. No longer was there anyone to scold him for drinking alcohol. He boldly rested his legs on extravagant tablecloths and savored the high-quality liquor, which probably had a mind-boggling price, drinking it down straight from the bottle. Joe-based. Then, someone knocked. Battler realized that someone had finally come to greet him. It was Genji.
おー鍵なんかかかってねえぜ誰でも入ってきてくれそして自己紹介を頼むぜ人間なら名前を名乗ってくれベアトリーチェだってんなら小さいぞ教えてくれ俺はこう見えてもちょいと知られたおっぱいソムリエなんだぜ
源氏でございますバトラ様
悪いがあんたのバストのサイズに興味はねえな
How
入っ
unfortunate.
てくれよ開いてるぜ
失礼いたします
Genji-san opened the door and bowed. So, is Genji-san the criminal after all? Or maybe an accomplice? That theory would probably explain most of the tricks.
あんたが俺に引導を渡しに来たのかい
そのような なことはございません。お邪魔なようでしたら失礼いたします。
おいおい、要件も伝えず失礼しますじゃ、かえって気持ち悪いぜ。何の用だよ。
Oop, I guess I skipped it too fast. Well, forbidden for minors? Just die anyway.
最後くらい好きにさせてくれ。
バトラス様は
He really is becoming Kenzo. Even started drinking.
そのように怠惰に過ごされることをお望みですか。
Those words pierced me. That wasn't true.
今さら何ができるってんだ。俺はいつだって死ぬ準備はできてるぜ。
親方様と同じですが、本当にあなたは親方様の血を色濃く受け継がれている。
I guess they're both like Battler and Kenzo here are both like weak to magic, have no affinity. I think that's probably it. Have like barely any affinity, next to none for magic. Which is interesting. I wonder if Battler also has 6 toes.
あの豪傑なじい様が実はいつ死んでもいいと思ってたってのか。
Kenzo too was a fan of big milkers.
それは初耳だぜ。
親方様の人生はいくつかの悲しい出来事の末、すべて食材のためのものとなり果てたのです。
あんたは何を知っているんだ。
ベアトリーチェ様の儀式も第8の晩までをすべて終えました。もうすべてをお
Ooh,
話しして
are we
もよい
actually gonna get more like new info now?
なんだって。
My drunkenness was completely blown away. I lowered my feet to the table and listened carefully to hear what Genji would say next.
バトラス様、親方様の書斎へご案内申し上げます。親方様たちに直接お話を聞かれるのがよろしいでしょう。
じい様たち。
Beatrice.
おい、それは一体どういう。
さあ、こちらへご案内申し上げます。バトラス様。
Genji-san told me to follow him. He started to walk down the corridor. I threw my drunkenness off completely and went after him. We climbed a big staircase towards the 3rd floor. Genji-san stopped walking halfway. He then turned back and spoke.
バトラス様、これよりバトラス様は理解できぬものを見るでしょう。
Yeah?
脅すなよ。理解できねえもんなら今日嫌になるほど見てるぜ。
見えるものを見えるがままに。
Accept what you see as you see it.
聞こえるものを聞こえるがままに
Accept what you
受け入れ
hear
てください。
as you hear. Accept it, huh?
なぜも何も何も必要はありません。バトラ様はただ真実を知ることになるでしょう。
We'll learn the truth, and that is all. Truth, you say?
それをお認めになるかお信じになるか、あるいは否定されるかも、すべてバトラ様にお任せいたします。
Kishi would never use unreliable narration. Now you're just making me think otherwise. Maybe he would. Kishi checked one last time to see whether I was prepared to know the truth. The 8th twilight had already ended, and on the 9th twilight the witch would revive, and nobody would be left alive. It meant that Beatrice had already been revived, and it probably also meant that none of us would be allowed to return alive. If I was going to lose my life anyway, I wanted to know the truth in the end. Didn't matter how hard it might be to accept.
鬼が出ようと魔女が出ようと覚悟はできてるぜ。
本当にあなたは親方様の若き頃にそっくりだ。バトラ様、どうかご勉学にお励みを。
I'm not gonna live past this day.
必ずや大きな志を持たれるでしょう。そしてその時、足りぬ学力に一生後悔されることがありませんよ。
勉学に勤しめる機会がもらえるならぜひな。
Ichisan's silence felt like it was further confirming a certain resigned feeling I had. And then the door to grandfather's study, surrounded by sweet smell, came into sight. And took a gold key with an elegant design out from his pocket. The master keys had been confiscated by Aunt Rosa, but he kept the key to this study alone on his person. He put it in the keyhole, and it made a heavy clunking sound.
親方様、源氏です。バトラ様をお連れいたしました。
There was no reply, but it seemed that permission to go inside had been given.
さあ、バトラ様、どうぞ。おはい。
入るぜ。
I readied myself and threw the door open. At that moment, I got slightly disoriented by the dazzling golden glow. It was unbelievably a swarm of butterflies that shone gold. The gold butterflies that completely filled the inside of the study poured out all at once. What is this music?
なんだこりゃ。
It was almost like golden leaf confetti. The interior of grandfather's study was filled with a golden glow. And on the sofa, like a reception chair in front of the study desk, I could see grandfather's back. There was someone on the side opposite from grandfather. It was in shadow, so I couldn't see it well. Are they gonna do the thing where we don't actually see, like, their portrait?
親方様、バトラ様をお連れしました。
Ooh. Yeah, more music tracks to add to my playlist.
バトラか。今思考が忙しい。しばし沈黙せよ。
Kinzo declared that unhappily and sat. His back still turned. It seemed he was enjoying a chess game with a visitor. Apparently, the opponent had counterattacked with a superb move. He seemed to be enjoying himself as he thought deeply, while occasionally laughing and groaning. Oh, no! There she is.
この一手をどう切り返すか。30年考えたぞ。
30 years old?
楽しめ。30年を寝かせた我が一手を楽しめ。
He fermented it.
まことにこの一手は味わい深き熟成された一手よ。楽しい楽しい。
He's having so much fun, dude.
かなわぬかなわぬ。
これは
He really did win.
なんだってんだ。
来たかバトラ。しばらく待て。金蔵のために沈黙を。まだリザインは早いぞ、金蔵。わらわならもう数手は切り返せる。
It should have been me. Should have been my first time meeting with that witch. However, I knew this witch. Even though it was our first meeting, I knew her. Portrait.
源氏、バトラのために飲み物を振る舞え。この男によりふさわしきやつは何か？
若き日より親方様が愛されている。
Yo, we're gonna drink some of Kinzo's like special mix.
それが良いぞ。振る舞ってやれ。よくぞ来たな。後ろ宮バトラ。まずは座れ。
So I'm still thinking back throughout this entire episode. It's always, whenever someone meets her, it's always, I know who this person is because I've seen her in the portrait. She never gave out her name herself as far as I know, like this episode. I wonder if there's like a deeper reasoning or meaning for that. Or if it's just like a nice detail that's just there, I guess, because of how she is. Why should I introduce myself? To know who I am, sort of thing.
そなたはわらわの名を何度も呼んだな。それに免じ、わらわとの面会を許した。
It was him. Battler praised her noble name. Normal. Oops. Get. Cause this. What? Maybe it was. At least in this episode. All that, like, trying and wanting Beatrice to come out and show herself so he could stop suspecting everyone and whatnot. Happened before they found the rest all dead, yeah? Like, he was doing that, and then they went out of the courtyard because Genji said he found the bodies. And it was Nanjo and Kumasawa with the knee and leg, and then they found the others in Atsui's room. So was it actually, like, Battler who accidentally fulfilled the third Twilight? But then, how was the Twilight filled on episode 1? It certainly wasn't Battler that time, because he was like, he was denying Beatrice all the way until the end, wasn't he? Maybe just Maria's always enough? Maybe, I don't know. I'm like fast forwarding through the events of episode 1 here. Warehouse, 6 kills, yeah, okay. They went back to their parlor. Eva Hideyoshi left. They wanted George to go with them, but he said no. They left on their own. Genji and Kanon found them. Broke open door, they were there. And that's when they decided... Who was that head and... What are the next Twilights? The last three were in the parlor. It was what? Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanjo. Who was head in? Oh, Chest was Canon. Who was head? Who was? Yeah, it was Shannon, Rosa, Goda, these two. That was the first six. And these two. Oh, it was Kinzo, right, after, the furnace. Sorry, I'm just now going through it. Head and chest. So during Canon's confrontation with Beatrice, or I guess the culprit, Beatrice never actually showed herself once during episode 1. Kinzo was already for sure dead and in the furnace. So whatever the freezing might have happened, definitely was before then. It was after they found Hideyoshi and Eva in their room. But before Canon died. What would count as praising her name? Actually, hold on. Whenever they got that letter in Kinzo's study that said to praise her name, no, that was definitely after Canon and Kinzo were found dead. I don't understand. It doesn't feel like things were done in the right order. Or that praising her name doesn't matter at all. Or yeah, there was a letter after the second Twilight. I just mean, in episode 1, the letter that they got that said praise my name, like it was just that one sentence there, and then it also came bundled with that like other letter that had the Discord like magic circle. That was after Canon had died already, right? I don't know. There was definitely no amount of like praising or even. What's the definition of praising her name? Just saying it? Someone accepting that she exists? In that case, you could always just say Maria's the one doing that, right? And then there's the thing I'm thinking about again. Where like Nanjo and Kumasawa were found here with as the fourth, or not the fourth, the seventh and eighth Twilights. Gouge a knee and kill, gouged a leg and kill. The way it's said here, it sounds like you're supposed to kill as you like gouge a knee or a leg, or you just like stick them in a knee and then kill them. But does it still count if they were already dead? It feels like it shouldn't. Nothing feels right about how the ceremony goes. Anyway, where were we? Let's continue before we start thinking some more, I guess. In defense to that, I allowed you to meet
そし
me.
てお前はわらわに何を聞く？何を尋ねるのか。黄金鏡の扉はもうじき開かれる。魔女たちを迎え入れてのわらわの復活を祝う宴はもうじきだぞ。それまでの間、お前の問いにいくらでも答えてやろう。
聞きてえことは山ほどある。この島で何が起こった？そしてどうしてこんな事件が起こった？密室についても聞きたい。礼拝堂は？ジェシカの部屋は？シオニッサ、夏代おばさんの部屋は？
So many
そ
questions.
して客場は？聞きたいことはまだまだある。魔女の正体は？本当にベアトリーチは魔女なのか？何が目的だ？俺たちに何をさせたい？俺をなぜここへ呼んだんだ？答えろ、すべてだ。
Oh, better.
やかましい。問えば答えは変えるのか？
She literally said she would answer his questions.
そういうな金蔵。もろく儚い雲の巣もヘロデの王から守ってくれることもある。この世に無駄なものなどないように無駄な質問もまたない。よいよい。すべての質問に答えようぞ。
Is she going to state them in red?
ただし、条件が一つ。
なんだ？
Oh yeah, what? Is her feet?
すべてを聞き、わらわの存在に納得できたなら、ひざまずき、わらわの靴にキスをせよ。
Why is it always that with her?
お前を屈服させたくて、わらわはここへ呼びつけたのだから。わらわと金蔵は賭けをした。金蔵が次の手をひらめくのと、わらわがそなたを屈服させるのと、どちらが早いかだ。
Wow, cool bet, guys.
負ける気はせぬぞ。
でけえ口を叩きやがって。ああ、いいぜ。俺を納得させてみろよ。お前が間違いなく魔女様で、不思議で素敵な大魔法を使えるってことを納得させてみろよ。屈服したならキスでも何でもくれてやれ。
Yes, sir. Ginzo isn't gonna like that. Also, wow. That a new sprite? What a face. Which cackled gloatingly. Then she glared at him unpleasantly with eyes that said a man can't go back on his word.
よくぞ言った。さーて、どの問いから答えようか。すべて答えるぞ。さあ、まずは何からだ。
Oh? Oh, it just ends there? What do you mean? And then the witch started to tell everything. I'm gonna have to read fast again. Alright, lock in. He began answering all of Battler's questions. Everything made sense. He was convinced by all of it, and then Battler had no choice but to admit it. The witch certainly did exist. Just like that? What followed is a story that needs no retelling. When the king falls and you are defeated, it's time to start reflecting on your finished game, and then all you can do is set up the pieces one more time. X. 10. Second game, Return of the Golden Witch. Result. Everyone heckin' died. Again, probably. Died on first Twilight, chose my key to Golan, and offered up as a sacrifice. What is the key? Yep, first Twilight. The usual. It feels like it's going by slower than it did the first time around. Died on the second Twilight, pierced through the back by the stake of Asmodeus, and the stake of Satan. Died on the fourth Twilight, for gouged by the stake of Mammon, stake of Beelzebub, stake of Lucifer. George got Lucifer, huh? Stake of Belphegor, Nanjo? Belphegor? And Leviathan for Kumasawa. The witch Beatrice revived on the ninth Twilight. She finally opens the door to the Golden Land. Missing on the 10th Twilight. After he acknowledged resisting the witch and had prostrated himself, the witch invited him to Golden Land. The witch did not invite this woman, who denied the witch's existence. The witch invited her, Maria, and invited Genji. Did not invite Rosa. To get eaten by demons? Battler, missing on the 10th Twilight. Will he acknowledge the witch's existence? It's... Still says that, even though at the beginning it said that he believed her. The witch shall praise the wise but sowed treasures. Yeah, we know that. After all, desire had been a mountain of gold of any size, they would not have been able to receive it. Angel chose the person he had loved and lost. Maria chose the lost love of her mother. Even though she wasn't invited, Genji chose a peaceful sleep. He just wants to rest. Sleep peacefully, Beatrice. Let nothing disturb your slumber ever again. The winner? The Golden Witch Beatrice. Because time ran out before any of the 18 could solve the riddle of gold. All 18 died. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. We don't get a cool, like, thing of Maria having sent out a message in a bottle. Nothing about being torn to pieces. What a strange ending to this one. I don't know if I'd call Rosa base. She kind of sucked this entire episode. She deserves nothing after all of that. Oh, what do you mean, like a minute before midnight? After credit scene? Rosa finally arrived at the chapel. She pointed her gun around her, screaming the witch's name, but there was no way she would receive an answer. After grimacing slightly, she nosily approached the table where her siblings' corpses lay exposed and stretched out her arm towards the gold ingot. It was very heavy, but Rosa didn't mind. She wrapped that one up in a blanket and threw it over her shoulder. She's greedy too! She's not based at all. Without letting go of her gun, Rosa picked up the gold as well. Her shoulders were screaming, but Rosa didn't mind.
その気持ち悪い声で笑うのをやめなさい。ベアトリチェはどこにいるの？ええ、分かってるわ。どこかにいるんでしょ？あなたは知ってるんでしょ？どこ？
知らない。探さなくても黄金鏡で会えるよ。
Yep, of course, gotta have more of this at the end.
その笑いをやめなさい。私が笑いたいくらいよ。そうね、あれは間違いなく魔女だったわ。間違いなく魔女だった。私は分かってなかった。魔女を名乗る人間だと信じてた。違う、あれは本当に魔女だった。私はあんなのにごまかされないわよ。いるんでしょ？出てきなさい。姿を現しなさい。
Oh, I accidentally skipped this part. No, he was gonna yell it.
だからもうすぐ現れる
Oh.
よ。
You even heard her use her soundboard that she loves so
黄
much.
金鏡の扉が開かれるよ。
Still going. Back to Kinzo's
そうだ。
room.
それでよかったのだ。構わぬ。ルークを捨てるぞ。持てるものすべてを失う覚悟がなければ至ることもできぬキングがお前という女なのだ。追い詰めるぞ、ベアトリーチェ。
Sounds like he's gone insane. He probably has, honestly.
せめてクイーンと言え。ほう、なかなかに妙手。諦めの悪さがそなたの。いや、後ろ宮の地か。
心地よし。実に優雅な夜だ。うわ
親方様、ベアトリーチェ様、そろそろ宴の時間でございます。
もうか。早い。お前と過ごす夜はいつも早く。月がリンゴのように落ち、川面より跳ねる小魚のように日が昇るのだ。
And sun leaps out of the room. None of those changed? Maybe I'm overthinking.
行こうではないか。時間だ。立て、バトラー。わらわの復活を祝う宴の始まりだ。わらわの新しい家具。いや、玩具として紹介しようぞ。俺キレキの魔女たち。
Which was relaxing elegantly, her feet thrown out from the sofa and resting atop a footrest. However, that footrest wasn't part of the sofa, but a human. A human down on all fours.
ベアトリーチェ様、お召し替えのドレスでございます。
主賓はお前だが、ホストは私だ。私は先に出ていよう。着付けの手伝いにシャノンでもおればよかったが、あいにく残れなかったようだな。使いたい時にいつもおらん。
Rude?
つくづく使えんやつ。
Very rude?
しかしお前はよく残ってくれた。嬉しいぞ、我が友よ。
ありがたいお言葉です。
よい、二人とも先に下で待て。源氏、ご苦労。そのドレスはそこへ置いていけ。
かしこまりました。それでは親方様。
お前はよく残ってくれた。嬉しいぞ、我が友よ。
それでは親方様。
それでは親方様。
Alright.
それでは親方様。
Alright.
らは先に行こう。エアトリーチ、後ほどな。
Battler stays. Ginzo and Genji left the study. After that, the witch and the dress and the furniture remained.
なぜわらわがそなたに肌を見せることを恥じぬかわかるか？そなたは家具だからだ。家具。わかるか？家具だよ、家具。家具に体をさらして恥じる者がどこにいよう。だからお前にわらわは恥じる必要がない。
Okay, dude. Which rose and her jacket slipped off just from her shoulders. After that, jacket fell to the ground with a thump. When the furniture respectfully approached to pick up those clothes, the witch gave it a small kick and it fell over. The furniture was afraid of what misconduct it might have shown.
そなたは家具の分際でわらわに自らボタンを外させるつもりなのか。立て、そしてこのボタンを外せ。一つずつ丁寧に早く美しく粗相なく客人たちを待たせてしまうぞ。早くわらわを着替えさせろ。
はい。
Battler been reduced to, dude.
丁寧に外すのだぞ。
Where's the battler in the purgatory realm?
そなたの目玉一つより
What does he have to say about all this?
ボタンであるぞ。間違ってちぎるようなことがあったなら代わりにそなたの目玉を縫い付けてやる。
Oh, look at this. The entrance hall was bustling with a crowd of shadowy people, and it sparkled gold with the gold butterflies flying about. The gentlemen in suits and tuxedos and the ladies in dresses looked like they were having a great number of friendly chats. At a glance, it might have looked like a fabulous medieval ball. But they all had one thing in common, and that thing was exceedingly bizarre. Because all of them had goat heads. Was it a goat masquerade? Or did they really have goat heads? It probably couldn't be the latter, but in this bizarre world, I really don't know which was true. Inzo was amongst those goat nobles greeting them. Inzo greetings were more respectful than would have been expected, as though these were all honored guests. At the time, Genji's voice rang out through the hall. It was a voice calling for silence. The voice stopped the idle chatter and everyone turned to face Genji.
今宵復活を遂げましたる我らが黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ教のご入場でございます。皆様拍手をもってどうかお迎えください。
When Genji began to applaud, it quickly spread through the guests and became a roaring ovation. Then, the Golden Witch appeared from the top of the large staircase. As she gracefully waved her hand, followed by a piece of furniture she was fond of, she slowly descended the staircase. The goat nobles offered unanimous words of celebration in some long-forgotten language. And those who were deeply intimate embraced, filled with joy at the reunion. As the witch offered greetings of reunion, the witch's furniture followed behind her the whole time. There was a chain around its neck. And got him chained up, dude. And the other hand was gripped in the witch's hand like it was a trained dog. It wasn't there to restrain him. Those chains were a restraining device whose only purpose was to wound the furniture's dignity. He wasn't permitted to wear anything else on his body. Really. Burn. One of the young woman goats mixed in with the goat nobles. Quietly removed her goat mask, so it was a mask, and the furniture passed in front of her, and she spoke with eyes that had no light in them. The face seemed to belong to a long-haired young girl.
哀れね
What's that, dude?
おおベルンカステル卿これはようこそおいでよわらわの家具を気に入られたかいい趣味ね
For saying that, the witch called Brinkensil once again to put on her goat mask, and was swallowed up by the shadows of the other tall goats.
負け惜しみを悔しがってるのよ。
違いないな
Or a loser. The young woman goats giggled, and the witch once again let out a high-pitched laugh.
今宵はわらわのためによく集まってくれた久々に古今東西の旧友たちが集う魔女の宴を存分に楽しもうではないか
Past and present.
さあ今宵を食い明かし飲み明かしすすり明かし食いちぎり明かしてとことん楽しもうではないか時計を見よ終わりの時間と始まりの時間が溶け合う時を指すぞ魔女の宴を始めよう
When the witch announced the beginning of the banquet, the large clock pointed to 2400, and the sound of a bell began to ring out.
さあ今こそ黄金の扉を開こうぞ
The golden door! Full effect. All at once the butterflies, leaved and gold, flew around the inside of the room. Amidst the golden storm and the brilliant gold-colored light, the barrier between this world and another was cut open. Surrounded by the goat's delighted voices, the mansion of the human world and the mansion of those not human overlapped. The members of the household who praised the resurrection of Golden Witch scattered into gold butterflies and poured out of the depths of hell. What? It was a golden tornado, a rondo of golden demons. Come, tonight we will put aside rank. Throw open the wine cellar. Drop the snake's head into the liquor pot. Throw cows and chickens into the furnace alive. Drink and eat and sing and dance. Sneer and kill and desecrate and degrade. Gotta make sure I hear all of Kinzo's lines. Goat nobles were suddenly crushing in around Kinzo, almost like they were kids demanding the signature of some famous movie star. There were only two differences. First, these were witches, not kids. And second, that these witches demanded... What these witches demanded was not a signature, but his life. The sea of goat nobles began to drown Kinzo. Only Kinzo's laughing voice echoed throughout the area. Whoa! I'm scared. It was a grand mixture of laughter and his death throes. And Kinzo became wine and meat and bread. An aroma, if slurped, a rich taste if gnawed, and a pleasant to tear to bits. The sound of his death throes lingered on sweetly, and if adorned with melted chocolate and golden argan, it would make a wonderful dessert. If you took the bones home, you could also use them in a soup. And the remains could even become toys for the children to play with. And they could also become splendid tools for fortune-telling that always brought misfortune. Oh, Kinzel's dead. That entire scene was watched by the furniture. It was all fantastical. It was all demonic. Was the quaking of its supposedly paralyzed heart proof that it could still feel fear? At the time, its knees buckled and the furniture's body fell down in the middle of the carpet. After all, the witch had kicked those knees from behind.
ひざまずき敬意を示せ。額を絨毯にこすりつけて己神の癒しさを示せ。両手を後ろで組み、血肉のすべてをわらわに捧げることを誓え。
Furniture let out a painful voice. Fear is the most basic emotion humans have. Was that emotion reviving his sense of self, which should already have been slain?
まだまだわらわの家具にはふさわしくないか。よい、じっくりそなたを。わらわ好みに。そして、わらわにのみふさわしい家具に仕上げている。
Oh boy, what does she mean by this?
今のそなたにできるのは、せいぜい客人の方々を楽しませることくらいか。
The goat nobles were surrounding the crouching furniture. It seemed their blazing blood-red eyes couldn't hide their ecstasy at this new young food they've been given. And from the ugly teeth that stuck out of countless mouths, saliva. Or maybe the traces of meat and wine that they had just eaten dribbled down. As the furniture let out a wild scream, it retreated, still sitting on its backside. But the circle of goat nobles was closing in. Then the furniture looked at the witch's face. It had surrendered to the witch, so, believing that the witch would show some compassion, it stared at her face in the end. But there was nothing but scorn in the witch's face, and she wasn't even facing the furniture anymore. The witch went off to greet an honored guest with whom she had crossed gazes. The goat nobles looked down upon the furniture. Actually, they had been waiting. Just like how one must remove the cork in order to drink the champagne. They had to wait for one thing before partaking of the offering served at the banquet. Of course, the furniture didn't know about this thing. That it came out of its mouth all by itself. Just like the unavoidable pop of a cork, it inevitably came out of its mouth. Scream? It was a scream. It was a sign that marked the beginning of the most modest banquet, at which he was to be served. Jeez. Soundboard. Jeez. Oh, there's my achievement. Banquet of the Witch. Oh. Features really needs to get new sounds for a soundboard. She likes those ones a lot. By now, the garden was full of both roses and gold. Whoa, sick track. A gold-colored garden where gold butterflies, gold fairies, and gold lizards rampage and flew about wildly. So, what's gonna happen to them? Rosa grasped her gun and the blanket wrapped around the ingot and ran at the speed Maria couldn't match, sometimes pausing to call out to Maria to run faster. So she saw it every time. She saw the golden pursuers chasing them from the mansion. A mass of gold butterflies was chasing after them like a massive crawling hand. And strange-looking shadows with goat heads were chasing after them. There was no need for her to strain her eyes, because those blazing pupils told her what would happen if she was captured. Oh. And what, is Rosa not gonna end up coming back for her? For just an instant, Rosa was ashamed by thoughts of abandoning her daughter and running away. And at the instant her feet touched the ground, she ran back. The goat head that had sprinted over to get the first bite grabbed hold of Rosa's own child's hair and pulled. Maria, this is what you wanted. The door to the Golden Land has been opened. Rosa rammed into the goat head with her shoulder. Oh, sick tackle. Spun. Bashed the back of her elbow into the goat's jaw and buried her knee into its protruding chest. Oh, maybe she has moves? Alright, this is kind of a sick sprite here, dude. And she thrust the barrel of the gun inside the goat's head's mouth as it doubled over from the pain in its gut. Ooh. The blast from the Winchester's .45 caliber long bolt bullet exploded inside of the goat's throat, and its medulla oblongata was instantly pulverized. The goat head hadn't understood. Had thought women were like pre-open wine bottles. Had thought that turning them upside down would immediately make their deep red contents come out. Maria, who had been released, hugged Rosa. But the pursuers were still coming. I could see the giant goat heads who had given up on pretending to be human, running towards them from across the rose bushes. Rosa spilled several extra bullets which had been in the pocket of her coat, all over the place, and told Maria to pick them up. Maria. Oh. I don't think a child could cross the distance needed to get to shore. Rosa's gun roared 4 times, but even though 4 shots really did hit the massive approaching goats in the chest, they didn't even flinch. What about that last one that got shot in the face? The goats ran with violent vigor, as though they planned to crush Rosa and Maria with those massive bodies. Give me a moment. Alright, give me a moment. I gotta check something. What a bad time for this to happen. Hold on, BRB. I hate it. Yeah, it's true. I just wanted to get away from it. I needed to check on a package. Make sure it wasn't out there for too long. Where we go, ran. I'm surprised at how long this epilogue is like going on. Goats ran with a violent vigor as though they planned to crush Rose and Maria with those massive bodies. Oh, no, nothing about this changed. Bullet in, quickly! Maria knows how to put a bullet in a gun. Rosa grabbed the blanket with the ingot in both hands, and she herself sprinted, pulling it along. Without even an ounce of fear in those strange-looking giants. It's to protect my daughter, I'll overcome even hell.
見せてやるよ
Gonna take out all three of them?
黄金の夢ってやつを
Rosa roared. The goat heads roared. That terribly heavy ingot, after picking up a fearsome centrifugal force and speed, slammed into the head of the goat. Fucking splattered. Rosa pulled a fountain pen from her pocket, but she held it crooked. She placed it in her palm, in the gap between her middle finger and her ring finger, so that it stuck out when she made a fist, almost like a stinger was growing out of it. That stinger sliced into the left eye of the goat's head as it fell over. Was the goat head's roar a scream? But Rosa's roar was different. She pulled back her fist and slammed it into the fountain pen that was sticking to the goat head's eye. Dude, why is Rosa doing all of this cool stuff now? She sucked, like, this entire episode up until this point. The point the tip was gouge into the depths of his head. When Rosa grabbed the gun Maria had thrown, the giant finally tumbled on the ground with a thunderous crash. However, at the same time, I saw the goat head pursuers on the other side of the rose bushes increase in number. Gained enough distance for now. I held onto the blanket wrapped around the ingot and the gun. And once again ran with Maria. Why am I running with a gun in my right hand and gold in my left? Why don't I let go with one hand and grasp Maria's hand? I can't let go of the gun that protects my body. I can't let go of the gold that protects my future. But even so, I've let go of the hand of my daughter, the one who is my future. Just give the gold to Maria, she can carry it, right? Run. 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 She got out of Rose Garden and began to run down a staircase through a grove of trees. But Rosa knew. This path through the grove turned and twisted many times, only seemed to be long. She tore straight through it. She played here often since her childhood years, so she knew. To the beach, to the beach, to the sea, to the sea, to the sea. And after reaching the sea, nothing to do but swim, swim, swim. If Maria can't swim, I'll carry her as I swim. There's nothing but death on this island. Plan to swim, carrying that huge, like, ingot of gold? As she raced down the stairs, she took a bad step. A violent pain ran up her left ankle, and her mind went completely blank. Rosa fell down several stairs, shocked by her ankle, which was bent at an odd angle, and the blanket with the ingot wasn't there. She had let go of it the instant she fell, and it had disappeared somewhere into the darkness. Only the gun was left. Tremors in the earth were getting closer. It was only a matter of time before the goat heads flooded in. She didn't want to imagine how many there would be, or how strange they would look. The lightly dancing gold pursuers arrived. The gold butterflies surrounded Rosa and Maria, waving and clamoring as though saying, "The prize is here, the prize is here." Rosa couldn't even try to get up. The violent pain from her broken ankle was so great that she couldn't ignore it, even in her last moments. What am I doing? I had the gold, which would have been worth several million yen. I might have been able to start over with that. And yet I fell. I lost it. Now my own life in danger. And Maria's too? What has my life been? I was born into an incomprehensible family, with an irritating older siblings, since the day I was born. What did I do? No matter what I did or didn't do, I was always in trouble and bullied and made fun of. What has been my life? Or what has my life been? The roar inside Rosa's heart shriveled away and disappeared. It disappeared when she heard Maria's crying voice as she sobbed and clung to Rosa.
マリア、ママはちょっと用事を思い出した。
She gonna do what I think she's gonna do?
先に行っててちょうだい。
ママと一緒がいい。ママが死んじゃ嫌だ。
マリアはこんな悪いママでもママと一緒がいいと言ってくれるの。
ママと一緒がいい。ママと一緒がいい。
あなたのことを一番にしているように見せて、いつもあなたのことを後回しにしてきた。
Now you admit it?
運動会に行った、授業参観に行った。でもいつもママは世間体のことばかりで、あなたこんなママとでもあなたは一緒にいたいというの。こんな悪いママなのに。
ねえママ、知ってる？世界にママは一人しかいないんだよ。いいママも悪いママもいない。ただママが一人いるだけなの。だからマリアは世界でたった一人ママがいてくれればいい。そしてママにとってたった一人のマリアになりたいの。機嫌が良くて甘やかしたいマリアと邪魔だからいてほしくないマリアは別人じゃないの。マリアもたった一人のマリアなの。だ
Man.
から怖いママも優しいママも一緒。マリアにはたった一人のママなの。
私はなんてバカだった。黄金なんかいらなかった。ただあなただけの手を引いていればよかった。私はなんてバカなママだったの。
The shadows of the goats covered the shadows of the goats covered the sky even more thoroughly than the trees of the forest. The roars blotted out the world with fear. Rosa, still hugging Maria, readied her gun with one hand.
マリア、一緒に行こう。ずっと一緒よ。ママが迷わないようにずっと一緒に。
すぐに会えるよ。ずっと一緒だよ。黄金鏡で会えるよ。そしたら一緒に遊ぶの。狼と羊のパズルで遊ぶの。ママはまだ1問しか解いてないけどマリアは全部解いちゃったんだよ。だからマリアが出題してあげる。
All them all. She had bought it as a birthday present. She had bought it as a birthday present and then hadn't played it with Maria after that first night.
遊ぼうね。一緒に約束する。
Those eyes, sparkling like red hot lava, looked just like a group of fireflies. They danced, closed in, and attacked.
マリアが込めてくれた銃弾を食らいたいやつから前へ出ろよ。うおー。
When the seagulls cried, there were no survivors. What a cool flash of like screens there. Right, now we're back at the title screen, right? It's... Oh, yep. Mosu? Need I say more? What? We're still here at the... Oh, it probably changed after we checked the tea party stuff, because we're done with that, right? Yep, episode 2. And then this one's still 1? Okay. Ding dong. Why does it reset that? Oh, boy. Well, it's been a couple hours, so let me... Before we continue with this, let me take a short break. Stretch my legs. All that, and maybe get a little bit more coffee, and then we'll check out what the 2 tea parties have, I guess. Read the tips, and I guess that would be it for, time being. Right, one moment. BRB. See what else this has, what kind of setup we have for episode 3 in a bit. Holy. And it was very wow. Hug on my headset wire slightly, and it would have tossed my mic onto the floor. Actually, hold on. Give me. Actually, we need to say hold on. It's only me that wouldn't be able to hear. Anyway, it was like all like dark and cloudy this entire morning. I went to look outside to double check the dogs, make sure they're not getting into trouble. And it started clearing up right as we finished the episode. Wow. Give me one quick sec. Help a friend with something. Alright. Are the tea party things gonna be as long as they were the first time around? Ba-da-bum-bum-bum, ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. Ba-dum. Alright. Around the same? They're crying, the typhoon is gone. Drink some coffee before we go to the tea party. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum, ba-dum-bum. Alright, get that out of here. I need to see what happens. Because the first tea party was like an epilogue thing where like, yeah, we did it. We got through episode 1. Everyone died. Haha. Wait a minute. So what's the second episode supposed to be like? Continuation from that point? Or Beatrice just making fun of Battler for not getting through episode 2? Oratorio. Oh, Rosa's here. Rosa awoke from her doze. Must have been very deep sleep. Alright, well, hold on, let me just quickly check. Oh, yeah. What? Battler? She erased him. Missing. He finally reached a golden land he so desired to see. However, since he was a fool and was unwilling to accept it, the magic was wasted once again. Even so, he was probably happy. After all, he managed to be reunited with the Golden Witch, if only for a brief time. Afterwards, he was crushed to bits and eaten by demons and went to hell. Yeah, and then these are probably going to be the same, yeah? So then... what of Genji? Missing. Selfless furniture seeks nothing but repose and the golden land. However, since a full abstinent Obstinately rejects the Golden Land. It seems his time of repose is unlikely to come soon. Afterwards, he was torn to pieces and eaten by demons and went to hell. Holy, I freaking side of my foot hurts. Freaking banged it on a slab of wood when I was outside checking on the dogs. Ah, it's bruised. I'm old. Why can't I be younger where this would heal in like 0.2 nanoseconds? So once again, it's like the witch saying everyone got a bad end because Battler kept refusing to acknowledge things. Rosa? It's missing. They left nothing of her. In the Golden Land, she finally found a treasure more precious than gold. However, it only lasted a brief time. Because of a fool, she was forced to once again lose what she had finally found. Afterwards, she was chewed to a pulp by demons and went to hell. Missing. In the Golden Land, she learned that her mother still truly loved her. At least for now, she is satisfied. She didn't go to hell though. Like the other, same thing was like before. Robin the Battler. His foot was torn to pieces and eaten by demons. But I am a demon. They can't do that. That's cannibalism. It's Rosa's fault this time. Really? You think so? Actually, that would make sense, because he was... Wait, no! Because of a fool. Because of a fool, not because of her. Because of Kenzo? Since a fool... No. Since a fool. Okay, no. It has to be talking about Battler again. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Rosa, like... I know, but also... Why would it be stated like this? Because of a fool, she was forced to once again lose what she had finally found. Me, the player? I'm the fool? Oh, shit. True, actually. Hold on. I accept that. I resign. Rosa awoke from her doze. It must have been a very deep sleep. Her mind was hazy and she wasn't thinking clearly. Where is this? Felt like some mansion, but it didn't seem to be the Ushiromiya mansion. You could see a room that looked like a parlor, and there was some tea that had been prepared. It had probably been made for her. Yo, new BGM? Around the room, some glitter that looked like gold leaf drifted about, making the scene look quite fantastical. When she eventually realized there were gold butterflies, it further strengthened that impression. There was someone across from her. A woman. A lady. It was the portrait's... witch. Calling in here? Where's the execute button? Okay, so this is still the same description that she's always had. They seemed to be having a one-sided conversation. She was probably talking to Rosa. But Rosa, whose mind was clouded up by a deep fog, didn't have a clue what was being said.
何でもよい。そなたが望むものがあるならば、その強運への褒美と思うもよかろうし、わらわの求めに対する正当な対価と考えてもよい。
What do you mean by that? Answer to her demands?
そなたにとっては、全く大したことではないかもしれない。しかしわらわにとっては、それだけ意味がある取引だということだ。
What is she talking? Yeah, I want to know too. What? I don't know. Don't know.
ただ、せっかくわらわは魔女なのだから、魔女にしか叶えられない願いを求めるのが 利口でせっかくの機会ではないか。この黄金のベアトリーチェから恩恵を得られるなど。
Finally, Rosa started to feel the blood flowing through her body. Her movements were still sluggish, and she couldn't even voice the words she was thinking.
わらわの通り名は、金蔵に与えたように、山なす黄金を与えることは造作もない。何しろ、人の世の快楽はすべて金で換算できる。すなわち、黄金こそが人の世の快楽そのものなのだ。そなたは想像ができるか？生涯をかけても使い切れぬ黄金の山が。
As the witch blew in her pipe, multicolored smoke enshrouded their surroundings. Warping! Where are we going? Look at this gold. As she did this, the inside of the parlor was suddenly filled with stacks of gold ingots. Looked like a shining gold-colored wall. If each ingot was worth several 10 million yen, how much would all of this be worth? It seems sinful to even think of such a number.
しかし、人の世は難しい。どれほど空高く積み上げた黄金であろうとも、満たされぬものがあることを知っている。埋められぬ隙間があることを知っている。わらわはそれをないがしろにしないし、それこそが魔女であるわらわにしか与えられぬ褒美であると考えている。そなたのそれを。なるほど、これはいい。わらわにしか与えられぬものだ。
Behold, Maria.
そなたもさぞや喜ぼう。口にせずともよい。そなたの心の隙間など顔に書いてあるからすぐにわかるぞ。
Rosa felt a touch of discomfort at this witch, who kept on talking even though Rosa hasn't uttered a single word. But since she still couldn't manage to speak, she was so helpless that it was difficult to even move a finger. She couldn't do anything but listen.
そなたの深き心の傷はどこまで遡れば癒せるのか。これは深い深い。時に破片を飲み込んだまま傷口が閉じてしまうこともある。そういう傷は見た目には癒えていても永遠にうずきを感じ続けるものだ。完全に治すために今一度傷口を開くこともあろう。
The witch spoke. She stared deep into Rosa's eyes. What in the world was she peering at? Rosa felt uncomfortable, but she couldn't look away.
そなたの痛みはすでに生まれながらにして運命づけられたものか。これはなんともつらいものよ。言わずともよい。わかるわかる。
Rosa was gradually being sucked into the witch's eyes, spiraling. Then the world grew dark, spinning around and round as she was sucked in. Ross? Okay, dude. Oh, that's Krasny-san's voice. Krasny-san is a real adult, so he's very smart. We hated the stupid kid Rosa. Rude. He was a very scary person. I was often hit and my toys were taken from me and broken. Rude? I was apparently being punished for something bad I've done, but I never really understood what it was or why I was being punished. I was always punished suddenly and then later told what the punishment was for in a forced manner. But it was always something I didn't remember doing. So I really hated Krasny-san.
ローザ、ローザ。
Oh no.
どうしてお前はそんなにバカなのか。
Oh, that's Evan Nissan's voice. Evan-San's a real adult, so she's very smart. So she hated stupid kid. The stupid kid, Rosa. She was always a very sly person, and she often lied to me, tricked me, bullied me all the time. Apparently I was stupid, and she said it was only natural for stupid people to be swindled by those smarter than them. So I wanted to become a wise person like Evan-San, and listen to what she said. But when I obeyed her, for some reason someone always really got mad at me. So I really hated Evan-San. Yeah, that's just how she is. It's...
ローズローズどうしてお前はそんなにバカなのか
Oh, that's Rudolph Nissan's voice. Rudolph Nissan really knows how to get things done. But we hated the stupid kid, Rosa. When Cross Nissan was around, he would be friendly with Cross Nissan. When Evan Nissan was around, he would be friendly with Evan Nissan. And when Cross Nissan wasn't around, he would be violent like Cross Nissan. And when Evan Nissan was around, he would play dirty like Evan Nissan. 2 in 1. And even though he was also bullied most of the time, when Cross Nissan and Evan Nissan weren't around, he gave me 2 people's worth of bullying. So I really hated Rudolph Nissan. Oh, but these were my memories from when I was a kid. It's common for unfair things to happen between kids. You mustn't hold on to grudges for such things forever. With time, those memories get buried away and forgotten. And forgetting them bit by bit is supposed to be part of growing up and becoming an adult. Becoming an adult is the same as separating yourself from all those memories. Because of that, no matter how much time passed, Rosa couldn't become an adult. Even though she had been blessed with a daughter called Maria and was called a mother, she didn't at all feel like she had become an adult. The witch pitied her for that. She smiled, saying that she could heal that pain herself.
どうやって癒すのか。可能ではあるが簡単ではない。時間を巻き戻し、そなたに兄と姉がいなかった世界を与えることもできよう。しかしそれでは、そなたは兄と姉に苦しめられた記憶が残らず、故にそれをもって褒美であると言われても納得はできまい。飢えは癒してこそ満たされる。飢えそのものをなかったことにしても誰も感謝しない。日々の飽食に感謝する若者がいないようにな。わかるか？
I think she's telling me something really complicated. In short, even if she makes it so I never had older siblings, that wouldn't remove my pain. Why not? They wouldn't have existed due to pain in the first place. Maybe that's what she's saying. Strictly speaking, that's not quite right. Healing isn't the same thing as removing pain. It's the pleasure we earn as compensation for withstanding pain. Therefore, removing the pain isn't healing. To know the joy of healing, you have to know the pain.
となれば、そなたの痛みに報いる喜びがいる。そなたは苦難の過去を誇っていい。苦難を知らぬ者には味わいの快楽を知る資格があるからだ。この快楽を知る者は同じ喜びを他者にも与えずにはいられなくなる。
When the witch snapped her fingers, even though the room was still filled with the mountain gold and had already lost all semblance of reality, a fabulous tablecloth appeared on top of the table, and a wonderful meal was laid out, almost as though it was the opening of a banquet. In a castle from some fairy tale. For an instant, Rosa truly did feel a pleasurable surprise at how fabulous it was. At the same time, she felt a bit of an anticlimax. After all, she didn't think being bullied by her siblings could be wiped away by just one meal, no matter how delicious.
食は人の快楽の多くを占める。生涯生き続ける限り、豚のように食い続けなくてはならぬ。
Simply eat like a pig. Get
一
fat.
食で足りなければいくらでも。その心の痛みが癒えるまで美食
That
の
doesn't seem
宴を
like a
続けよう
proper
で
way
は
of
ないか。
healing.
始めろ。 家具ども。
I half expected Battler to come out, dude. As the witch clapped twice, there were suddenly 2 goat-head servants there, and they began to prepare a meal. From the beautiful dishes adorning the table, they efficiently took some food and began to pile it up on Rosa's plate. It really did look delicious, but Rosa's body still felt as heavy as lead. There's no way she'd be able to eat. Maybe they also understood that. Goat servants tied a napkin around Rosa's collar and gallantly brought a glass of before-dinner alcohol to her mouth, tilting it for her. She remembered an old servant who had once carried rice porridge to her mouth when she was laid up with high fever. She couldn't drink it well, and it dripped down from her mouth, but she felt the fragrant sweetness spread throughout her mouth.
ドイツ産の寄付ワインにあやかった
I'm not
甘
gonna
きアペリティフよ。
attempt to pronounce any of that.
白ワインを赤きゴールデンドロップで染めたワインカクテルだ。名付けるならばブラッディ・クラウスか。
You're drinking your brother.
そなたの兄をあっさくにかけて絞り出した血のゴールデンドロップだけで染めてある。
Rosa coughed violently, and the bright red that stained her face made it look as though she had coughed up blood.
そなたは紅茶に詳しかろうから意味がわかろう。ゴールデンドロップとは最後の一滴のことだ。紅茶で最も貴重な一滴と言われている。そして血のゴールデンドロップも同じ。人間から絞り出せる血液の貴重なる最後の一滴。あれにて絞る。
As the witch snapped her fingers, a bright red veil that had been set up before something large was removed. Just all of a massive machine there was just like a coffin for a large-sized person with many large bulb-like things stuck to it. It looked like a sinister torture device. By its unnerving shape, you could tell that with a human strength it could be used to tighten and compress something. It seemed like there were still some squeezed dregs remaining because of the bright red remains that stained it.
しかしゴールデンドロップは一度に一滴しか取れぬ。どんな人間からも一滴以上は取れぬというわけだ。しかしわらわは魔女。人を蘇らせることもまたたやすい。
When the witch snapped her fingers, the human compressor suddenly began to shake. Oh, she could hear a groan. Looked almost as though someone sleeping in that man-sized coffin had woken up and was now struggling to get out. That was wrong. What was inside definitely had been squeezed to dregs. Using her magic, the witch had once again revived the squeezed dregs to how they had been before they were squeezed. The 3 goat-head servants with muscular physiques approached the compressor and forcefully started tightening the large bulb. As they did, an unearthly moan came from inside the coffin. Rosa thought she knew the owner of that voice. Ooh.
料理は料理場でがふさわしい。もう十分だ。下がれ。ゴールデンドロップがどれほど貴重なものか。それを集め、それほどに赤く染めるには何十人分も絞らなければならん。
Several dozen people's worth. Which definitely said that only one golden drop could be taken from a single human, and yet, dozens of people's worth of golden drops from a single human. Only a witch could do this. The golden witch Beatrice could kill a single human endlessly. In other words, before Beatrice, even death did not mean freedom.
二口目はいらぬか。この男に殴られて口中に滲んだ血を飲み込んだ日を忘れたか。そうそう、あの味を思い出せ。 こぼし尽くして枯れ果てた涙の味を思い出せ。その悔しき思い出を癒して足りるアペリティブであると信じている。
Once again, the goat head servants tilted a deep red glass against her mouth. Rosa tried resisting by closing her lips, but the deep red liquid was relentlessly poured into her mouth, which hung open with shock. And the inside of her mouth was filled with ghastly sweetness. It definitely was a fragrant sweetness. The living blood of her brother who had given her such hateful thoughts and made her soak her pillows so many times had been collected from his death, repeated dozens of times. How could the crimson-stained wine not be sweet? But Rosa tried to spit it out. Because of that, the deep red wine that spilled out of Rosa's mouth looked just like bloodstain. Now that she knew that this ghastly substance wasn't a simple aperitif, Rosa couldn't help but feel uncomfortable about what would happen if this banquet continued.
それは旬の野菜による二枚舌のサラダ風だ。
Double tongue?
お前がいつか食いちぎってやりたいと9歳の誕生日の日に願ったエヴァの舌で作った念願のサラダよ。
Jeez. When Rosa heard the true nature of the pink-colored meat piled up in the salad, she had a sudden impulse to vomit her guts out. Furthermore, the goat servant stuck a fork in it and carried it to Rosa's mouth.
姉の二枚舌のお味はどうか。さぞや柔らかくとろけるであろう。
You get a bite? Why would you want to eat this? That'd probably be quite sweet and soft and enchanting in her mouth. After all, Eva's lies were always sweet, and young Rosa had always to listen to them. And you might say the stimulating pepper seasoning expressed the truth behind those lies well. As the tongue salad that kept being pushed into Rosa's mouth was covered with saliva, she spat it out. But the goat head servants carefully returned it to the plate and carried it to Rosa's mouth over and over again.
言うに及ばず、そのサラダにはエヴァの舌を5枚も惜しげなく使っている。舌は1人から1枚しか奪えない。しかしわらわなら何度でも奪える。
Jeez, as Rosa's tears dripped down, she resisted frantically. However, the only way she could resist was by refusing to swallow. Even if she didn't swallow it, the taste of the French dressing increasingly permeated Rosa's mouth.
お気に召さぬか？まだまだ料理は続くぞ。ルドルフの顔の皮で包んだ続きのパイ。
Skin of his
脳み
face?
そを茹でたスープに肝臓のフォアグラ。
Boiled brains,
デザ
liver
ート
plate?
にも期待せよ。兄弟だけではないぞ。お前が信頼し、にもかかわらず裏切った人間たちをふんだんに調理した。この宴を、そなたの心が満足するまで永遠に続けようではない
For
か。
all eternity.
永遠。嬉しいだろう。後ろ宮ローザ。嫌がるふりなんかするなよ。本当は嬉しいってのは分かってるんだぜ。笑いたくば笑えばいい。ムカつく兄貴や姉貴の悲鳴の生演奏がないとご機嫌になれないってんならいくらでも聞かせてやる。いいんだよ、いやいやで。それがお前の性分なんだろ。本当は全身が泡立つほどに嬉しいんだよ。なのに表向きは苦しんでるふりをしてるだけなんだよな。いいんだぜ。ここにはお前が気にする世間体も存分の大笑いして食い散らかせよ。最高の宴だろ。後ろ見やろうぜ。
Oh, boy.
デザートを驚かそうと思って
Oh, it's gonna
内
be
緒にしてい
dessert.
たが、いや明かせばフルコースを食べ遂げようという励みにもなるだろう。デザートはお前が愛しているふりをし続けなければならないマナ
Yeah,
ブ
okay, I expected that.
マリアとリンゴのオーブン焼きだよ。うまそうだろ。こいつを食べればお前は全てから解放される。自由だよ、自由。やっとローザという一人の人間として自由を得るんだ
Holy.
よ。嬉しいだろ。嬉しいはずさ。よだれが垂れてるぜ。鏡を見てみろよ。
Oh, look, she's right there. She's fine. She wasn't cooked. Only a muscular goat cook was holding Maria under his arm. Maria gazed at Rosa with a face that was only slightly sad.
ママ、マリアのこと邪魔だった？
As Rosa spat out the food that was continually being carried to her mouth. As she was covered with filth and saliva and blood, she resisted filthily and screamed.
ママがマリアのこと邪魔ならマリア食べられても平気だって。マリアはいつもママにひどいことばかり。ママが男の人を連れてくる時も静かにできなかった。ママが男の人とお泊まりしてくる時寂しくて暴れてお部屋を台無しにした。勝手に探しに行って迷子になって警察のお世話になってママに恥をかかせた。
Jeez.
何日も帰ってこなくて泣いちゃって近所の人に慰めてもらってママに恥をかかせた。
Several days?
こんなマリアだからママの迷惑になってる。生まれてきてごめんなさい。だからマリアはママのために美味しいリンゴのオーブン焼きになるの。そしたらママに初めてマリアがいてよかったって思ってもらえるかな。マリアを
Jesus.
食べて美味しかったって思ってもらえるかな。
美味しいよね。感類にむせべよ。娘がここまで行ってるぜ。マナ娘とリンゴのオーブン焼きなんて最高のデザート。これだけ美味しい食材に育てられるなんて。あんた最高の母親だぜ。後ろ宮ローゼ。
And then episode 3 is gonna be Witch versus Rosa. How did I solve? How did I make this closed room, Mystery Rosa? Ah, my eyes.
ママ、今までありがとう。バイバイ。
待ってマリア、違うの。もうやめて、もうやめて。こんなの嫌。私はこんなこと望んでない。もうやめて、もう許して。いややめて。口に入れないで。我がもてなしに満足してもらえたか。
Satisfied.
ならばそなたには認めてもらおう。わらわが魔女であることを宣言せよ。後ろ宮ローザはベアトリーチェを魔女と認めると宣言せよ。認めます。後ろ宮ローザはベア
姉ちゃん魔女だと認めます。だからマリアを返して、私を解放して。
And she says no.
ついに認めさせたぞ。小賢しきバトラはすでに屈服し、黄金鏡に招かれながらわらわを否定する愚か者ローザにも認めさせた。完璧だ。 It's perfect.
It's perfect.
成し遂げたぞ、完璧な勝利を。さあマリアを連れて行け。ローザに美味なオーブン焼きを振る舞ってやれ。
うまそうだな。
Oh, Battler, I was wondering where you were.
俺にはてめえの牛血をスライスしてサンドイッチを作ってくれ。
その声は。
An arm grabbed the back of the witch's head and smashed her face into the table. Holy shit, based as it did, the witch broke into pieces, turning into a cloud of gold butterflies, and reformed her body a short distance away.
バトラ
Fighting game start!
貴様。
Round 1. Hit her with the uppercut.
家具となって魂まで屈服していたはず。
That was an act!
そのつもりだったんだがな。
I was merely pretending.
てめえの趣味の悪いレシピに耳を貸してるうちに腹が減ってきちまってよ。魔女の丸焼きが食いたくなってきちまったのさ。それからマリア、自分を食べてなんてセリフは10年早えぜ。ただし
Okay, dude.
10年経ったら必ず俺に言えよ。約束だぞ。
Okay, again, dude.
約束する。
You can't promise that, Maria.
バトラ君。
待たせたな、ローザおばさん。俺は忘れてたぜ。こいつは俺とこの女の一騎打ちだったんだ。俺が屈するわけには断じていかなかったんだ。ローザおばさんが粘ってくれたおかげで再び戦う気力を取り戻せたぜ。
Ready for round. This person, he gave up down to the depths of his soul and surrendered to me, didn't he? I see, he doesn't know when to give up. Just what I expect from Ushirme Kenzo's grandchild. So the chick of a phoenix is a phoenix after all.
威勢が良い。気に入った。そうでなくてはな。わらわの期待する後ろ宮バトラとはそうでなくてはならん。わらわを否定してみろ。そしてそれをわらわは完膚なきまでに叩き潰す。何度でも屈服させてやろうぞ。一度靴を舐めたそなたに何度でも敗北の味を教え込んでやる。
上等だぜ、この後ろ宮バトラ。泥を吸ってでも
Oh,
立
hell
ち上
yeah.
がる男だってことを教えてやれ。俺は喧嘩で無敵だった試しはね、何度か負けてる。だがな、必ず泥を吸って立ち上がる。そして必ず蹴りをつける。男の喧嘩はな、負けを認めない限りどれだけ叩きのめされようと負けじゃねえんだよ。一本取られただけで俺が参ると思うなよ。楽しませてやるぜ、ベアトリーチャー。
受けて立とうぞ後ろ宮バトラ。家具ども、次なるゲームの準備を始めよ。その間に貴様にはたっぷりと聞かせてもらおうではないか。こたびのゲームでは密室も多いぞ。そなたの逃げ工場のほとんどをわらわが赤で叩き潰した。 その上でさらにどのようなへりくつで言い逃れてみせるのか。礼拝堂の鍵、ジェシカの部屋の鍵、使用人室
But a lock to the chapel
ナ
already
ツキ
been
の部屋
solved.
の鍵、客間の鍵。
The others are tricky.
お前らのお得意な奇想天外、妄想暴言空想はったり、とんでも超展開斜め上でわらはとことん否定してみせろよ。
ああ、ダメだぜ。全然ダメだ。
There was a doubt after all. Came back. Oh. Wow, this is scrolling by real slowly. It's so much slower than last time. Alright, so the last one was pretty different from episode 1. How much different could they make episode 3? And apparently episode 2 was the shortest out of all the episodes. Like right now to find out. No. I mean, I already said if I got through episode 2 this weekend, I would spend all of next week, every the day of next week, doing episode 3. Do I still have to do that? I'm not done with Expedition 33 yet. Oh yeah, Darn's right. I still got the tea party. The witch's tea party. Yeah, but I made a promise. I can't just break promises. Who do you think I am? Sure you can. Fine, I'll meet you halfway. I'll do it like every other day. Monday, we go back to Expedition 33. Tuesday, Umineko. Wednesday, just, I don't know, something, probably Sonic or more Expedition 33. Or maybe I'd start with Umineko on Monday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. That way we can still have Umineko on Friday. But tomorrow, I'm for sure playing more Expedition 33. We're waiting to at least Monday to get started on episode 3. Man, even after all of episode 2, I don't feel any closer to figuring out what the riddle is. Well, we got freaking BA names for the demons. Did we even see all of them? We've seen at least 3 of them? Maybe 4? I don't think we've seen all of them. Lambda Delta? Gonna take me a while? Take me a while to do what? Spoilers and credits. It's okay. I bet Lambda Delta is that mysterious pink woman in the GIF that S-Jam keeps posting at me. So Ashtem already spoiled me. Not like I've seen like the entirety of what she looks like or anything. It's just like a very small section of like her arm. And I guess since their name was after Burns' name, that must be who she was. The Baquint spoiled you because her voice was there, which you would know if you knew her VA lore. You mean what happened earlier? Before Battler was eaten, I guess. BGM mastering. Yeah, she was laughing. It's you. You expect me to pick that out from all the laughing? It could have been all the freaking demons that she summoned earlier, dude. Could even been burned. Maybe she was laughing. Insert theme. They put a little freaking emoji in the title. You can do that. You can just do that. Boom, 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 boom. Could I even wait for this to finish? Well, clicking does nothing, so I'm gonna assume nothing skips it. Yes, I enjoy the rest of my coffee. You know, I had a thought to do something kinda curt. I wonder. I wonder. I guess since we have time, just hide that real quick. Oh, crap, I don't remember where this is stored. Is that back? Oh, wait, maybe I could just... Oh, credit already over. I ran out of time. Dude, I can't look at the freaking Steam artwork for this freaking VN, dude. It's so different from what I've been looking at like the past 50 hours, apparently. 50 hours, god damn. And we're only barely done with episode 2. A delicious snack. Very tasty. Alright, episode 2. Just go right in. Yeah, it was okay, I guess.
ここまで一方的なワンサイドゲームだと見応えを通り越して退屈よ。
Oh, it's boring. Wow, you're boring her.
これはこれは相変わらずお点が辛い。退屈を愛さないベルンカステル教にふさわしい迫力ある展開だったと自負していただけに、これは手厳しい。
迫力についてはまただフェアなゲームとしてはひどいものね。
Yo. Gifting a sub to SGM? To my mod? You should be subbed anyway. Why aren't you subbed, SGM? Why did you need to be gifted a sub? That's... Look, now you have a cool little star next to your name. Along with the little sword. He's so cool, guys.
もう少し対等な条件でないと。
勝ち目がないと言われるか、ベルンカステル教に。
どういう意味かしら、ベアト。
ごまかさなくてもよい。すでに知っておるぞ。そなたが傍観者でないことを。
No bystand.
隠し通せているつもりか。そなたは人の領地まではるばるやってきて、わらわの逆の目に貼る不届き者よ。
We didn't even get to her introduction yet. You're too fast. You're an outrageous person to come into someone else's territory from such a great distance to work against.
わらわのゲームを傍観するつもりでいて、わらわの敗北に熱く張っておるのだろうが、図星であろう。
だったら
実に面白い。あのラムダデルタ教を退けた最強の魔女ベルンカステル教と戦える機会を賜れるとは本当に愉快よ。
ええ、私も愉快よ。そこまで自信満々のあなたがボロボロに負けるところが見たくて、はるばるやってき
なんと素直なお人なのか。
She wants to you lose.
それにしてもわらわと大ベルンカステル教との対決。
Dude, my freaking foot. Stop, dude. Maybe it's a little worse than I thought. Freaking hit it directly on the bone on the side of my foot, dude. Alright, where are we? An honest person. Even so, it'd be a shame if the contest between me and the great Lady Birkenstell was resolved without at least one observer.
呼んだのね。
Just rang her up.
あの子。
The kid? Who? It's her! And now get to see what she looks like. She has a pumpkin. A pumpkin? Like the candies. Also has a billion bows, dude. You need that many?
見つけたわよ。ようやく見つけたわ。ベルンカステル。
ごきげんよ、ラムダ。あなたも暇ね。退屈を愛さない同士、再び巡り合うのは運命かしら。
バカな子ね。私に勝てたのはちょっとした運と相性の問題だとどうして気づかなかったのかしら。
You could probably win again. We get to see. Oh no. We don't get the execution stuff again. Endless switch. This seems like a new description. Her vast power is capable of creating all kinds of miracles, but her heart has broken a bit as a result. Back when she was a human, Lambda Delta once imprisoned her within a cruel fate, toying with her the whole time. As a result, it seems she's unable to abandon others who are caught within similar fate. Theoretically, she's a witch of the greatest, with the greatest of powers, but in practice, this is no more realistic than folding a piece of paper 100 times so that it reaches the moon. Yet, she did fold it 100 times. Hmm.
それで天狗になってよりにもよってベアトリーチェに喧嘩を売るとは身の程知らずもいいとこね。ベアトリーチェは強いわよ。私より残酷だしね。ほんのちょびっと。
Just a bit.
あとそれと人のことを勝手にラムだって略さないで。
ベアトもバカね。この子はあんたのゲームであってもしっちゃかめっちゃかにするわよ。
ラムダデルタ教には決してギャラリーとしてだけお呼びしたのではない。
Is she gonna be involved in episode 3 then?
そなたがわらわと逆の目に張っているとお伝えしたら、今日はそなたの逆の目に張ると仰せになられた。
Against?
あんたまだ根に持ってるのね。
私は宇宙最強の魔女なんだから。でもあんたに負けちゃったから最強じゃないの。だからあんたと敵対する相手は誰であっても私を味方するんだから。
というわけだ。ダイベルンカステル教が相手ならば、この程度ではハンデにもならぬだろうが、余興にはふさわしかろう。
好きになさい。バレてる以上、私も本格的にやらせてもらうわ。
Serious time.
それがよかろう。もとより、わらわの辞書に手加減の文字はないのでな。ラムダデルタ教、この度の貴重な縁を楽しもうではないか。
Does freaking Delta here need to have such a long, hard to say name?
こちらこそよろしくよ、ベアトリーチェ教。
I'm pretty sure those are like 2 Greek symbols as well. Lambda? Alright, that's like the half-life symbol. Alright, cool. And then Delta was like the triangle, right? Oh, it would be not a number, a letter. Yeah, it's almost 2 triangles for its dumb, stupid name. Alright. No, I'm calling her Delta.
こいつには私も散々に栄養飲まされてるの。
The pun Rikishi loves, naming people after the number 34. Wait, what number is freaking... Delta is 3. Isn't Lambda 11? No, it's 11th letter. Value of 30! Oh, okay, you know what? I guess that adds up. Actually. Wait, no, 3. 33? Is Delta actually 4? I thought it was 3. Am I thinking that just because it looks like a fucking triangle? Fourth letter. Okay. Sick. Nice. I'm learning.
私たち2人で叩き潰して2倍でお返ししなきゃ腹の虫が収まんないのよ。
Wow, you needed two of you to beat me. Wow. Oh,
そしてベアと
but we're gonna be the ones doing the beating.
どういう勝敗になろうとも、これは私たちにとってとても有意義な戦いになるわね。
そうね。もちろん負ける気はないけど、私たちには勝敗以上に意義がある。
Oh yeah?
何しろわらわたちは退屈を愛さない。
They both have the same soundboard. The three witches giggled, cackled, and golfed. Oh, all three of them were doing it. Even Burn?
その通りよ。感謝するわ、ベアと。やっと退屈から逃れられそうだわ。せいぜい私を楽しませます。ラムダデルタと二人がかりで。
そうさせてもらうぞ。
Is, Lambda? Yeah, she is. Man, you even have the freaking bows on your freaking Crocs, dude. The Witch of Certainty, who has lived for 1,000 years. Man. Ags? She embodies the idea that hard workers are rewarded and is revered even by humans. Though she is a witch, she does not stray far from the context of humans. For that reason, her power as one worshipped by humans is incalculable. However, she is fickle about whose efforts she chooses to reward, and in many cases, she bestows her favor upon those who entertain her the most. Her immense, swift, and terrifying power can make any witch surrender in an instant. However, she is often reckless, and Berkenstell was able to take full advantage of that. Witch of Certainty. Witch of Miracles. Endless Witch.
そうと決まればベアと早速作戦会議をするわよ。
You need a strategy to beat her? Wow.
それをすべて伝授してあげるわ。
How do you know her weak points if you lost?
にもかかわらず、ラムダデルタとは破れになられたと。
Even Beatrice is calling you out on that.
もう教えてあげない教えてあげない。
退屈しない御人であるな、ラムダデルタ教は。
でしょ。面倒よろしくね。あれで寂しがり屋なのよ。
なるほど。今流行りのなんとかというやつか。
It's one of those.
さすがはラムダデルタ教。最先端でおられる。
もう行きなさい、あの子。あなたが追っかけてくるの待ってるわよ。
それでは失礼しよう。また次のゲームを。
See you later, Beatrice.
ごめんなさいね。
Sorry.
厄介なのが来たけど気にしないで。それよりひどいことになったわね。私もラムダとのゲームでだいぶ悲惨な末路というのを経験してきたつもりでいるけど、今回のは群を抜いてひどいわ。
Exceptionally
あなた
horrible.
が膝を抱いて心を閉ざしてしまう気持ちもわからなくない。こんな末路あと何度もやられたら100年を待たずに心が殺されてしまうわ。ベアトにカンパされてしまったから白状する。
Oh?
今のあなたはかつてラムダの世界にとらわれていた頃の私にそっくりなの。過酷な運命の迷路に閉じ込められ魔女にいいようにいたぶられている。私はそこから生まれた魔女だから、あなたの姉に当たるのかもしれない。だからあなたに力を貸そうと決めたの。 しかし私の運命に比べてもあなたのそれはあまりにもむごい。
Totally brutal.
同情どころか涙までもらってしまいそうなあまりに悲惨な運命よ。
Wow, brought to tears? I can hardly tell.
でもどうかくじけないで。ベアトになんか決して屈しないで。確かにあの子のゲームはあまりに卑劣。ゲーム版を少しだけ見させてもらったけど、その舞台仕掛けのいやらしさは多分ラムダデルタのゲーム版のそれをはるかに上回るわ。しかも恐ろしいことに、あの子は駒を指すとき常に最善手を指しているわけではないの。ここがラムダとは大きく異なる点。ラムダは勝つために常に最善手で圧倒的な数の駒を指してくる。しかしベアトはたまにわざと手を抜いて駒を指してくるの。困ったことに相手の指し手から手の内を探ろうとしている私たちにとってこれは非常に手強い情報のノイズ、厄介なか乱になりうるわ。しかしチェスに例えるなら無駄な一手は相手にノイズを与えるかもしれないけれど、貴重な一手を損していることに違いはない。つまり付け入る余地はゼロじゃないってこと。あなたには信じられないだろうけども、今回のゲームもそう。あれだけ圧倒的な展開に見えて実は隙がある。つけ込ませたいかのように隙がある。それが罠なのかこちらを試しているのかわからないけども、とにかく屈服しないで、思考を止めないで、あらゆる可能性を否定しないで。あなたが戦う意志を持ち続ける限りベアトに勝ちはない。魔女の戦いは守りが肝心よ。勝とうとするより負けないようにしなさい。認めたら負けなら断じて認めてはダメ。あなたに魔女を認めさせること、これがベアトリーチェの勝利条件の一つであることはもはや疑いようもないのだから。
They'll just never believe.
あなたの味方であると公言した以上、できる限りの力になれるよう努力するわ。あなたも努力なさい。もしまだ膝を抱いているなら早く立ち。
Us.
こういう時なんて言ったかしら。
Good luck.
カイト
Go for it. Oh, she cheered me on. All right. All right, I'm not sure about that part.
恥ずかしいわねこれ。私がここまでしてあげたんだから早く立ち直りなさいよね。
I'm almost certain I've heard this before. Igarashi reference. I'm pretty certain I've seen this before. I couldn't remember where. So are they not the same person? Whoever that blue-haired girl is in the video thumbnail you just posted at me and this one? They just look similar? Very subtle difference. Reference? Sort of, kind of, maybe? Alright, dude. Oh, away she goes. It's all a trick to make me play the other games. The ends.
いたいた。
What? What do you want?
ベルンはいじけてどっか行っちゃったかしら。本当にざまあないったらありゃしない。
Whoa, rude.
それにしても相変わらずベルンが選ぶ駒はしょぼいわね。チェスだってそうでしょ。駒が全部ポーンだったら勝ち目ゼロでしょ。駒が全部ルークやビショップだったら絶対負けやしないわ。まあ 前回は私がついつい哀れになって好きな場所から駒を進めていいわよって言ったら、ベルのやつお情けの空気も読めずに手持ちのポーンを全部入場させた状態から始めて
That sounds sick.
何よあれ、あんなの負けでもなんでもないんだから。思い出しただけでもムカムカするわ。そんなわけでこの私はベルンがギャフンとする顔を見ないと腹の虫が収まらないわけ。そんなわけなんでベルンの駒のあんたがそんなざまなんで
Wow, very rude.
なわけ。しかもあの子はあれでいて本当に負けず嫌いだから、きっと今頃悔しくって歯ぎしりをして涙をポロポロ流してるわよ。本当にざまないわよ。ほら、あんたも一緒に笑いなさいよ。
Nah, I'm good.
ちょっと、あんたまだ膝を抱いてるの？ベアトにちょっと本気出されたくらいで。
No, actually, I like
どうするざまなの？
spread my legs out on my chair because freaking foot's killing me.
情けないったらありゃしない。あんまり情けないからちょっとだけ力を貸してあげるわ。
What? Aren't you my enemy?
この宇宙最強で絶対の魔女である大ラムダデルタ教が。
My legs are still together, you idiot. Relax. Why do I explain this to you? I, the Great Lady Lambda Delta, the Witch of Certainty and the strongest in the unit.
あんた
But
に
you
絶
lost.
望的な勝率をほんのちょっぴりだけ絶対に近づけてやるわ。感謝なさい。ベアトリーチャーね、確かに残酷で強力な魔女かもしれないけれど、なぜか甘いからよ。あの子はあと数手でチェックメイトできる局面を作りつつわざと詰めない。くだらない駒を取ったり余計な駒を置いてより一方的な盤面にしてみたり。早い話が勝ちが見えると遊び出す悪い癖があるってわけ。
Hmm.
あんたやベルンにとって辛い様々な攻め手のほぼ全てが私から見ればやりすぎの無駄もいいところ。つまりそれこそ好きでありチャンスでもあるってわけね。恐れるに値する相手じゃないでしょ。手段と目的を時に履き違える。そして悪い遊びが過ぎる。その結果自ら弱点を作り晒してさえいる。私のような最強の魔女から見ればなんでこんな余裕ぶったことをするのか理解できない。自ら勝率を下げてるなんてね。でもまあそのせいでベルンみたいな相手を読んでかわすタイプの魔女には非常に相性が悪いってわけよ。読みが効かないから。ベルンにとっては私みたいな素直で正直なタイプは読みやすくてやりやすいんでしょうね。ムカつくことに。まあでも私みたいな超火力タイプ
Super
は
firepower
ベルンみたい
type.
な軽くて広い弾幕タイプなんか真正面から打ち破れちゃうわけだから、相性のじゃんけんみたいなものかしら。私がパーならベアとがグー、ベルンはチョキってとこね。まあどうでもいいことかしら。確かに私のパーはベルンのチョキに負けるけど、パーよりはるかにすごい超パーだったらチョキにだって勝てるでしょ。つまりこのラムダデルタ教は超パーってわけ。
Super paper, huh?
少しは血色が戻ってきたみたいね。ベアトのやつローザとかいう駒をいじめて遊んでるわ。
Huh. So that's going on while this is going on?
一見すると本当に趣味の悪いやつだと思うでしょ。違うのよ。あんたが立ち直って戻ってくるのを期待して時間を潰して待ってるだけなのよ。わざと憎まれるようなことをしてあんたの義憤を引き出そうという手ね。ああ、やだやだ、そういう子って。 私は戻るわね。あ、私があんたにちょびっとだけ力を貸したのは内緒よ。別にあんたを助けたくて力を貸したわけじゃないんだからね。
Yeah, sure. We can see that.
この宇宙最強の魔女の私はベルンに負けて最強の座を奪われちゃったの。それで私はベルンからその座を取り戻さなくちゃならないわけだけど、もしここでベルンがベアトに負けちゃったら最強の座が今度はベアトに移っちゃうじゃない。
Yeah, but then couldn't you just easily beat her?
まあ別に私はベアトから奪い返す方が楽だからいいわけだけど、そ
True.
れじゃあ私の腹の虫が収まらないのよね。ベルンは私が打ち負かす。そして最強の座も私が取り返すの。別にあんたに力を貸すわけじゃないんだからね。ベルンを泣かせたら許さないんだから。
Alright, see ya. Back in again. And I guess that's when Battler goes up and fucking crushes Beatrice's face into the table, dude. Addition of new game board. Next episode's lock has been removed. I am super paper is what that achievement was called. Whoa, this looks... What is this? What am I looking at? A chapel? But not the same one from the island, huh? Maybe? Definitely not. Okay, one way to find out. Alright, let's start ahead. Legend turn banquet. Good morning. I'm quite surprised to see you still haven't surrendered. Golden Witch has extremely high hopes for you. Have you figured out the structure of this world by now? You have no chance at victory unless you know the rules. Please enjoy the game with the witch to your heart's content. The difficulty level is equal. Equal for both you and the witch. Standard, extreme, and then equal. That's interesting. Let's take a look at the tips real quick. Level 2 tips. What do you mean next? Huh? Huh? Wait, now? No. Oh, then we get the witch's game record, which is like, yeah. Everything cooked. Oh, and then we get to read about the brooch. This object arranges all fate variables in a favorable manner to form relationships between the sexes. This leads to nothing more than a favorable arrangement of variables, so its strength differs widely depending on the individuals in question. Hence, a witch bestowing such an item must make quite sure beforehand that the receiver will be able to use it effectively, or she risks being called a liar. The activation cost is enormous, so it's no more useful to the average person than an ordinary brooch. However, blind love is easily capable of paying this enormous price, and if the target of the receiver's affection feels affection in turn, the brooch's effect increases even more dramatically. Ironically, the more dramatic its effect becomes, the less one would need such a brooch in the first place. Yes. Interesting. It's executing just changes her outfit. Again. So that's the same. All that before. Pretty sure we've seen like all of these for everyone. Oh, maybe not Battler, thinking about it. Or did we? Did. Oh, missing. He did surrender to the witch at one point, but he pulled himself together and regained his will to fight. I see. So, to witches, Battler makes A great toy for smashing. That explains why she's always breaking him, fixing him, and breaking him again. Torture is meaningless if you kill the subject. You gotta alternate between causing pain and letting them rest. So what's up with this? Alright, so we read that during the tea party thing. Damn, execute does nothing. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory. Advanced level furniture created by Beatrice. They can sometimes act by their own will, but they cannot disobey the orders of their master. They are quite powerful while in their human forms, but when they return to their true forms as the Seven Stakes of Purgatory and fly at the enemy at high speeds, they display their true terrifying potential. Amon is the fifth sister. She's very greedy. When she decides she wants something, she will sacrifice anything and everything to get it. Oh, clicking on them repeatedly changes who it is. Satan is the third sister. She's very quick to anger. However, she actually wants others to be angry at her. That's why. Beelzebub is the sixth. She's a true gourmet. She used any ingredients to make a good meal, even her own body. Who's first? The second sister. She's nothing but a crybaby who's jealous all the time. She'll do whatever it takes to get what she wants. Belphegor is the fourth sister. She is sensible and reliable. Because of this, she corrupts her masters. Even Beatrice? Lucifer is the oldest sister. She's haughty and arrogant. However, she actually feels pleasure from submission. Of course. Why does it have to be random which one it picks? Leviathan is the second sister. She's nothing but a crybaby who's jealous all the time. Oh wait, I already read that one. Asmodeus is the seventh sister. She's a girl at the age where they want a boyfriend. She give up her life for love. Hmm. I wonder if these have anything to do with the people they end up, like, killing. I'll look at that again later, maybe. Resurrect does nothing. Already read all this. Execute does nothing. So what did you? Why are you here? Self-taught. Yeah. Why are you here? An unfortunate young man who Beatrice has taken a liking to, a human who inherited the black blood from Kinzo. Massive resistance to magical power Kinzo was born with was passed on to Battler. Ironically, it was this trait that made it so hard for Kinzo to succeed as a magician. The massive defense power against magic can be, even by itself, decisive in a battle against the witch. Kinzo has begun to lose this power with age, but young Battler's power is still on the rise. Perhaps it's understandable that Beatrice tried to crush it as soon as possible. A little magician who has entered the black blood for Kinzo. Unlike Kinzo, she was gifted with talent and began to tread the path of the magician from a young age. However, her power is still weak and she hasn't yet graduated from an apprentice level. However, she is skilled at enchantments, which bestow magical power upon objects, and the magical items she creates are all master class. That's why the cheap looking charm worked so well. A little bit too quiet. All about random chance indeed. Kinzo's earliest furniture was created to serve him and him alone with complete loyalty. Though he was Kinzo's first creation, he was made with the help of a high-class demon, so while there are several defects in his initial specifications, he conceals a great potential within himself. Created? With a demon? Hmm. In the many years following that, he continued to mature and compensate for his many efficiencies, turning himself into a nearly flawless butler furniture that he is now. He is approaching the limit of his service life, but the magical power he can unleash for an instant rivals Kinzo's. Shannon is, in a truest sense, Kinzo's handmade furniture, which he created without borrowing the power of a demon. Though there are a few problems with our initial specifications, he was given a very rare and precious thing, a heart. It seems that, as a result of this long personal experience, Kinzo came to believe that the power created by the heart contains within it a strong magic. In the lengthy span of time following that, she began... a little too loud. In the lengthy span of time following that, she began to mature, becoming exceptionally skilled with powers of a protective or a repulsive nature, such as magical barriers. Because of this, in the realm of barriers alone, she possesses immense magician-class power. And so far, he is the last furniture created by Kinzo. Making use of all of his previous experience, Kinzo managed to implement a set of flawless specs. Canon, who was also given a heart, Canon was also given a heart, but it was much weaker than Shannon's. Perhaps because Kinzo felt a sense of approaching personal danger related to his fortune. As he neared the end of his life, he bestowed Canon with the rare power to fight and protect. However, he hasn't yet matured very far and is unable to properly control his own power and speed. He's the strongest. All very interesting. Well, what now? Kind of about 4 hours. About the amount of time I was expecting them to take to get through all this. I'll just call it here and then... play some Expedition 33 tomorrow. I'm not starting immediately, not now. Or I could go ahead and just open up Expedition 33 and play more of that. Maybe I'll wait till tomorrow. There's a few things I want to get done today. A few things related to, like, Dunoverse. You think? Should I flip a coin? I don't know, the more I think about it, the more I kind of do want to play at least a little bit. I do, but also, like, I was reminded that freaking Deltarune comes out in like 2 weeks, dude. That the progress I've been making in in E33 these past few days is anything to go by. I might not make it. I kind of want to get through the game before Deltarune comes out. You know I'm gonna be booting that up and then trying every little thing to, like, get that weird route going. I don't even know if there will be. I don't know. The new websites they added to like that Spamton sweepstakes sites, like the new pages that were added and stuff, all those weird hints and stuff, seem to indicate that maybe Chapter 3 has something going on. Weeks to lock in, doable. Not if I fight Bouncy Ball Man for like 10 streams in a row. I don't know. Well, it's Friday, yeah? I might. I think I'll end stream here. And maybe start doing 10-hour streams. Dude, I'm getting close. But right. I think I'll end stream here. And then if I'm not feeling dead like I usually do, Probably play more Expedition sometime in the evening. And if I don't end up doing that, we play it for sure tomorrow. And try to make more story progress. I think that sounds like a good idea. Because I kind of really got, like, in the mood to, update all of my Xenoverse stuff that needs updating. Like all the custom patches and whatnot that I've been making. Requires a lot of work to get that stupid those like assembly code patches all up to date again. I'd rather not lose the motivation to do that. Just get it over with now. Which one is this one? This one. Alright. I'll end things now, and maybe later on in the evening, if I'm not dead, we'll do some Expedition 33. And if not, for sure tomorrow. I wanna beat that bouncy ball idiot, and then maybe find some more chromatic enemies on the map. So I feel like I explored pretty much every bit of the map that we could. Oh well, I'm rambling, yapping. I'm gonna go. Probably get some lunch or something. As always, and when we're on to watch me, thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next time. See ya, see ya.